Letzte.
Was looking for the truth behind the monster invasion from Conria.
Und da haben wir es ganz nattlan aufgedeckt.
Chat, ich spiele gerade die Story und er spielt einfach alle Statuen der 7 durch.
No one else can know.
Oh, das sind natürlich die 3 Gebiete der Stämme. Noch ein bisschen was drumherum und halt die Arena.
We got it.
Mhm.
Wunderbar.
500 years ago, a wave of dark beasts from Conria attacked the 7 nations of Tevat. Naturally, Liu, under Rex
Und war das erste Level up bei der
the
Statue.
Millelith fought hard to hold the front line near the chasm. But these were vicious beasts, and this was the most desperate battle Liu had ever faced. At a critical moment, someone distracted the monsters and led them away. Just when all hope seemed lost, the tide turned. The Liyue army eventually won the war, but there were many who never returned. 2 of my ancestors took part in that war, and the one who made it back.
Rein muss krachen halt gerade so dermaßen rein die ganze Zeit.
Qixing knows very little about these events, and very few came back from the chasm alive.
Überall sind Kisten, Alter. Oh mein Gott, Alter. Das triggert so mein Looterherz. Ich kann nicht mehr aufhören.
The day the chasm was unsealed, I put in a request to be transferred here.
Das heißt werden.
So I could finally learn the
Bin ich schon
truth of
seit
what happened back
über 3
then.
Jahren.
But this place we've ended up in, and the possibilities we're facing, it's all far more terrifying than I'd imagined. We can't give up. Right now, our #1 priority has to be getting out of
Die
here
Frage ist
alive.
nur, wo ist das Ding, wo man dann seine Pyrosiegel eintauschen kann?
Tja.
Das ist ja noch die Frage.
Für mich ist es noch unirrelevant. Für mich ist es noch irrelevant.
Und ich denke mal, dafür muss ich in die Arena gehen. Aber da bin ich
Are
natürlich
you
noch nicht
all
hingegangen.
right? You've suddenly gone quiet.
Shh, we'll talk later. I'm just processing all the existing clues we have. Maybe the key to our escape is hidden in some detail I've overlooked.
All right, well...
Oh, don't worry. I won't write down anything that you told us about.
No, I meant if you're going to analyze the facts. Count.
Ab, weiter beim Boss, Alter.
Bei mir ist es Gott sei Dank nicht kompliziert.
Kann nicht warten, bis ich die Legendquest gemacht habe.
Ja, was ich auch noch gucken wollte, Chat.
Aber eigentlich sollte ich schon machen, ne, weil das ist eigentlich smart. Aber warte mal, ich hab eh schon verkackt. Ich hab's eh schon Stufe 60.
Okay, neue Legenden-Quests gibt's nicht. Oh, ich habe fast 5000 Primo Gems da. Oh mein Gott. Das Ding ist, Chat, ich weiß, dass ich Mualani nicht bekommen werde, wahrscheinlich. Wenn ich jetzt aus sie pullen würde. Das Ding ist, er hat Lack gehabt und hat einen 10er gemacht, aber ich werde wahrscheinlich nicht bekommen.
Wenn du sie haben willst, dann pull. Wenn du sie nicht haben willst, dann pull nicht. So einfach ist das.
Ja, ich weiß nicht, was ich machen soll. Das ist das Problem.
You don't look well. I guess it's okay.
Ob du sie bekommst, das wirst du dann sehen.
Sometimes
Das weißt du erst, wenn du es probiert hast.
Ich werde die Quests erstmal noch spielen und dann mal schauen. Vielleicht kriege ich da nochmal 2, dann würde ich einen 10er Pull mal reinschlagen. Mal gucken.
Man, that little dude looks stunning too. Oh, I sleep like this when I'm in jail. Good one. I do slumber like a king. Traveler, when did you get here?
Paimon einfach so ein Häufchen Elend.
Wait, where are we?
Och Junge, Artefakte kommt wieder Bruch.
Yep, way better. Paimon just got
Aber das ist ja nichts Neues.
because she's never seen a crazy place like this before. Who would have thought the best guide in all of Tibet could end up so out of their depth? Yeah. So anyway, Paimon just had the weirdest dream. There were cattle mooing constantly. Yeah, just like that. Aw,
Cool ist aber, dass man halt jetzt noch zusätzliche Battle Pass-Aufgaben einfach nebenbei schafft, indem man einfach nur Artefakte levelt.
Hm.
Traveler, it looks like the Conqueror of Demons is
Aber wir
awake.
brauchen noch mehr. We need more. We need more.
I'm fine. Don't worry. The karma I carry is dangerous to humans. Keep your distance.
Well, I have Adepti blood in me, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Even so.
What happened while Paimon was sleeping? How did Xiao get here?
With a little help, I was able to find my way here.
Conqueror of Demons, could you tell us what happened before you joined us?
No need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao.
Oh, sure.
It was a senseless battle. I came here looking for someone, but when I found them, they weren't anything like how I expected.
Madame Ping says that you usually base yourself at Wangshuin to guard the main road through Dihua Marsh. It's unusual for you to go looking for someone yourself. Are they an Adeptus?
I'm looking for a Yaksha called Bosacius.
Bosacius?
Wo ist
Is
denn
that
hier
one
noch
of the
was?
5 Yakshas? Like you?
Soll ich mal Mualani ausrüsten?
I thought that you were the only one left. Aren't the other 4... gone?
You could say that. But Bosacius's body is the only one that was never found. Yakshas deal with God's remains all the time, and we become tainted by karma. Over time, it inevitably drives us to madness. The last time I saw Bosacius,
Ich bin jetzt wieder doch ein bisschen mehr auf Mualani hängen geblieben, als ich gedacht habe.
no one knew where he
Holy
went,
shit!
and I never heard from him again. But Bosacius was the eldest of us. He once told us, as Yakshas we will experience countless wars. Whether we live or die, we must promise to take care of each other.
Did he forget his promise because he lost his sanity?
Also schneller bewegen als mit Mualani geht eigentlich nicht.
It's possible, but I did not. I am the sole survivor. So it is my duty to find out the fates of the others.
What made you come to the chasm? Did you hear something about
Ja, aber du
Bosacius
darfst
being
gegen die
here?
nicht kämpfen, weil sonst bist du einfach tot.
Did you know that 500 years ago, the beasts of Conria invaded the chasm? That war lasted a long time. It is said that in the midst of the battle, a brave Yaksha was seen putting up a heroic fight, but no one knew the Yaksha's name.
But there were many more than 5 Yakshas in total, so there's no guarantee it was Bosacius. Wow. But you must think it was probably him if you came here to investigate, right?
I am by no means certain, and I didn't have any other clues except for this one. But Bosacius was proud. If he had taken part in that war, he would have announced his name. So at first, I thought the nameless Yaksha couldn't be him.
Wait, so it was Bosacius you were fighting with? Did he injure you?
Yes.
Bevor ich jetzt weiter erkunde, großartig und sowas, ich werde erstmal jetzt mich um Mualani kümmern.
Invasion of monsters from Conria,
Auf 90 werde ich sie nicht bekommen.
and Yelan's ancestor. I have a feeling that somehow these
Außer
are all
ich
connected.
mache noch mehrere Refills,
Life is full
aber
of coincidences,
das will ich
but
glaube
this
ich
is
nicht
too
machen.
much of a coincidence. Could this all be
Bis sie
related to
80
the
bekommen,
fantastic compass mentioned in the
auch
Will
eher
too?
unwahrscheinlich.
What will?
Oh, right. I came here
Chat,
because
man
of
muss,
a
sich
Winter.
will.
man muss sich mal ausmalen, er hat heute nur einen 10er-Pull gemacht und hat sie direkt geschossen, Digga. Das kann doch nicht sein. Was ist da los? Du musst doch safe schon eine 70er-Pity gehabt haben.
Nein! Ich war 2 Puls drin seit dem letzten. Wie gesagt, das war mein Yellow Back-to-Back, das letzte Mal, wo ich gepult habe.
Ja, aber du hast Dings, du hast, ja, aber du hast einen Zehner reingeballert, warst aber schon mit 2 Puls drin.
Ja.
Wie kann das sein?
Maybe it's not something you've come across much before.
Ja, aber hast du dann
but both
Elaine
mortals
auf
and adepti
C1
sometimes
oder
write
was?
out their final wishes, so somebody
Elan,
else will carry
C2.
them out after they've
C2.
passed. It's known as a last will
Ich
and
hatte ja,
testament.
das Back-to-Back, das war danach.
Can be done at
Da hat ja jeder gepult. Ne? Den hatte ich noch weiter gepult,
It was
frag
no
mich nicht warum,
accident
das
that you saw
habe ich
my
damals
illusion
schon
that
gesagt.
day.
Ja.
This place
Und dann kam
fused
halt
your
nochmal
desire
Gold
to
und da
find.
war
Pure
dann
deception is easy to
Doppelhelan drin.
spot. But the truth laced with
Oh
lies can be a
mein
fatal
Gott.
Ich hab ja
It made
an
sure
den
you
Tag
heard my real
drei
voice to
Helans
create
gezogen.
panic. This
Back
one-way
to
communication
back
was
to
the
back.
way.
Und jetzt
If we hadn't managed to
nachdem
get in touch
kann man
through the
direkt
state-
nochmal Back-to-Back Mualani.
Our
Nochmal so
opponent is very
4
clever.
50-50
It is
Wins.
not safe to stay here.
Warte mal. Dann hast du ja nicht nur back to back to back, sondern back to back to back to back. 4-mal back to back. Was? Nee.
Nee, 3-mal. Der
Everyone,
erste war ja nicht Back-to-Back.
whether I accomplish what I
Also.
came here to do or not, I must find a way to get you out safely.
Aber trotzdem 3 Back-to-Backs, das kann's doch nicht sein.
I
Nee, kann's auch
rejoined
nicht
to
sein.
warn you that it's
Aber ich weiß nicht mehr, was ich dazu
extremely
sagen soll,
dangerous
also ja.
here. If you stay
Ist
here
halt
too
so.
long,
But how do you know?
Ich weiß aber auch schon, was es für die nächsten Charaktere heißt, die du pullen wirst.
Ja, jetzt werde ich erstmal sparen. Ne? Dann werde ich mal Kinnish angucken.
Der wird sowas von.
Aber ja, Kinnish muss jetzt gucken, ne? Weiß ich nicht. Ja, dann kommt in 5.1 Stallone. Bei der ist halt noch die Frage, ne? Weiß ich halt auch noch nicht. Und in 5.2 besteht das schon
You
die
might become a
Chance, dass der
shadow of your
Pyro-Akku
former
kommt.
self.
Und da, wenn ich bis dahin komplett spare, dann
Sounds like
habe ich es
You're
ja so
back.
vielleicht sogar garantiert.
I've been back a while.
Ich sag euch
I was
ehrlich,
listening to the
Chat.
conversation.
Ich sag euch ehrlich, Chat, für den nächsten Charakter,
I've
den der
seen some
pullen
strange
wird,
things here
das
too.
wird noch Karma hinter
Objects
sich
that shouldn't
herziehen.
be here. Strange figures
So
appearing,
viel Glück kannst du
then
nicht haben.
vanishing. I don't think any of it is real.
Okay, also
they're
Zenith
just
on Zero und
illusions?
Genshin bei mir
at
komplett
first I
cracked.
had the same thought, but it's not that simple. There may come a day when these illusions become real and attack you.
From what you were saying a moment ago, it sounds like you know a way out of here.
I can't say for sure. It's just a guess. As Yanfei said, this space is chaotic and unstable, but it has its weaknesses. So, if I use all the energy I have, I may be able to tear a passage out of this chaotic space.
Einer Kollege, der hat so ein bisschen vor mir gepult, ne? Der ist jetzt
So
irgendwie
powerful
bei
attacks
69
can
oder
affect
schon
the
bei
space
70.
itself.
Und bei ihm kam einfach noch gar
Whoa.
nichts.
But what do you mean by all the energy you have?
Ja,
I
aber so
mean,
ist halt das Game, ne? Das
It will
ist
take
Gacha.
everything I've got.
Wait a minute. When you said you were gonna get us out safely, you mean you're gonna stay here?
You can't be serious.
I saw Bosacius underground. That's when I realized the horror of this place. A single blast can only create a very small opening. To send you back to the outside world, I may need to continuously channel power in order to keep the tunnel open. I know how to fight to the bitter end. I can do this.
No. No way. Even if what you're saying is true, I can't agree to this. I'm not neither. It's not much of an escape.
Oha, ich habe einen goldenen Fire Gem bekommen, Alter. Das ist ja unglaublich.
It's only a good or bad plan
Wow.
if there are other options to compare it to. But that's not the situation we're in right
Das ist
now.
ja sehr, sehr selten, dass man sowas
I doubt
bekommt, ne?
you'd still be stuck here if anyone had a better
Ich weiß nicht, ob jetzt die Chance mit welcher von 9 nochmal erhöht wurde, aber
But can you be certain that your plan will
sieht halt
work?
nicht so oft.
I cannot.
What is wrong with you? You can't bet your life on something if you don't even know it's gonna work. To
Aber jetzt
conclude,
brauche ich
I'm
weiter
not agreeing to this
Pflanzen.
plan.
What if I told you, this is my last will?
That's your strategy, huh? No offense, but we have no guarantee this plan of yours will succeed. Or even that you said it yourself. Yakshas pose a danger to humans. You really expect us to accept your self-righteous plan just because you say so?
The battlefield is a treacherous place. Every opportunity you take, you put everything on the line for. If you fear sacrifice and failure,
I've been in my fair share of treacherous battles, so I know full well that you never bring up extreme measures like this until the very, very end. You say these things in the hope that we will understand and accept them. But if you don't even know that your self-sacrifice is going to pay off, all you're doing is hurting morale. Besides, if you were really so determined to end it all, you wouldn't have given us the opportunity to share our opinions. And anyway, losing one of us so the rest can escape? Some victory that is.
Yelan, don't be so harsh.
Point is, it's not time for drastic measures
Alter,
yet.
was ist denn das?
It's possible there's a hidden passage leading to the exit that we just haven't discovered.
Ah, jetzt bin ich sehr nah am Vulkan.
What if there isn't? Or if we don't find it? And in the end, I'm so weak that I don't have the strength left to sacrifice myself.
As things stand, there's no difference between sacrificing you and trying to find another way out, in terms of the likelihood of success. If we can't say that
Kannst ja
one
doch schon
strategy is
heftig aus,
better than
Junge.
the other, we certainly shouldn't be rushing into a risky
Aber
course
das
of
ist
action.
die Hauptstadt von den
Someone say
Menschen
a
der
strong
Quelle.
enough
Ach
strike to break us
so.
out of this place? Yeah, that's
Ach,
right.
was ist
I
denn
heard
das?
ya. No one's staying behind to let anyone else out, all right? Enough talk. It's time for action. Come on, whatever you are. Let's see how long you manage to keep us trapped in here after I'm finished with you.
Easy now.
Have a taste of this! Yeah! Whew, okay, so I didn't tear the whole place down. But check it out, new path. If you need a hero, I'm the man for the job.
Should have seen this coming. Why do
Oh
you
nein,
always
bitte
have
nicht
to
meine
do
Mualani
things like
töten.
this?
Danke.
Shinobu.
What happened to Ito? Did he pass out?
The boss used up all his strength in one punch. Maybe that's the reason he managed to tear open a passage.
Let me see if there's any way I can stabilize it.
He did this because he heard us arguing, right?
Lol, die Gegner können auch surfen.
The thing with Boss is, he just can't stand conflict between teammates. Whenever we get into an argument in the Arataki gang, he always goes and does something shocking to calm everyone down. Today, he's done it again. He may not have known you for very long, but when he said he sees everyone as part of the same team... Another thing with Boss is, he hates it when other people sacrifice themselves, but he always seems to end up doing it himself. That said, when he does things like this, he doesn't really think he's sacrificing himself, because he genuinely believes that he's strong enough to defeat any obstacle he's facing.
Giant ego alert!
Lol, das ist so ein Ding.
Just doing the same thing Xiao suggested?
Oh, es gibt so viel zu tun, Alter.
Stupid.
Ah, hier ist doch
Boss
eine
is
sehr
hardly open to persuasion.
verdächtige Boss-Area, wo noch kein Boss
Always
ist.
acts without thinking.
Ja, das gibt's auch. In
There's no
jeder,
doubt that he really
in
thought he was
jeder
going to
Region
solve
gibt es
everything in one
immer
hit.
so eine Boss-Area, wo aber kein Boss
It's
ist.
not just him
Oder
either.
noch nicht.
The other guys in the Arataki gang are more or
Das
less
bedeutet
the
meist,
same.
dass dann auch irgendwann ein
That's
Boss
why they
hinkommt
need
oder
someone
das mit
like me to clean
irgendeiner
up
Story
after
zu tun hat.
I couldn't stop him if I tried, so I might as well just let him do his thing. Besides, often his harebrained intuition is surprisingly on point.
Ito? Please tell Paimon you're okay.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. You have nothing to apologize for. Both you and Yelan made some very good points. Still, if this was an Arataki gang issue and
Also
you
nicht
were
so
one
gut
of our
jetzt mit
members,
ohne richtigen Main
I
DPS
have
gegen
to
zu
say
kämpfen.
I'd side with Yelan on this one. The boss definitely wasn't sacrificing himself. He firmly believed that we'd be able to find a way out through the passage he opened up. And he's certainly not expecting to be left behind. Everyone's important. We have to support each other if we're going to get out of here.
Your survival is of huge importance to some people.
Shinobu?
Everyone, let's all do our best to try and find a way out. There's still a chance. Leave the boss to me. Don't...
Everyone, it seems this passage doesn't lead to the outside world, but deeper inside.
What the? So Ito's efforts were in vain?
No, it's still worth exploring.
Nee, Mualani kann
I'll go
nicht klettern, also das ist schon mal
I'm with you.
eine Sache, die man beachten muss.
What?
So far, I still haven't found the thing I came looking for. That magical device, remember? If this domain has the power to project our imaginations or the things we're searching for into reality, well, maybe I can use that to my advantage to track it down.
Oh, right! No wonder she keeps telling us to keep going. If it's a magical device, it must be super powerful.
Well, I can't guarantee that, but it's worth a try.
Unterirdisch? Gibt's da was? Lol.
Let him go. But if you're planning on going into that domain too, then come with me.
Komm ich denn
After
da hin?
all, I'm just a lawyer.
Ah ja.
We'll be safer if we
You
team
do.
up. By the way, you and Xiao seem pretty close, huh? Yelan got a bit worked up just now, so I just wanted to apologize on her behalf. I have to say though, if Yelan hadn't spoken out like she did, I'm not sure she would have gotten through to him. Also, self-sacrifice is something Yelan feels strongly about. From what I know, she's lost comrades in the line of duty before, and then was rescued
Wieder eine neue
herself.
Quest.
Maybe being a survivor is what makes her so against seeing other people sacrifice themselves. How can things ever be the same again, knowing that your life was saved
Aber es wird
when
immer
others
Zeit, eine Pause
weren't?
einzulegen.
If I were her, I'm not sure I would have done anything different. Oh, wait, 1 second. I'll be right there.
Bin jetzt schon wieder seit fast 3 Stunden drin.
Right, that's
Ich
much
gerade seit
safer.
2 Stunden.
Since Ito can't fight right now, I've cast a spell
Mit
to
dem
protect
Feuer
you
bin
guys.
ich, habe ich heute glaube ich schon 4 Stunden gespielt, glaube ich. Knapp.
Thank you, Senpai. Please, be careful.
We will. Same to you. All right, traveler, let's go.
Ja, Zeit für eine kleine Kaffeepause, noch ein bisschen Erdbeerkuchen reinsnacken.
Ah ja. Da gönnt er sich, Chat. Ding. Da wird sich erstmal der Kuchen reingepfeffert.
Yep. Bin mal gespannt, wie viel ich das bei der Mualani rausholen kann, wenn ich die gebaut habe.
What's
Ich habe
this?
zwei 5-Star-Waffen, aber die eine kann sie nicht gebrauchen und die andere, naja, ist scheinbar auch nicht so
Hold on.
gut.
Is that the
Also
fantastic
Forsterwaffen, die einzige Option.
What? That's the best description
Ist halt
you
die
can come up
Frage, wie gut, was für Optionen ich da habe.
Well, it seems our
Wie gut
theory
die
checked
sind.
out. In my humble legal opinion, that's almost certainly the magical device I've been looking for. It really showed up. But if this really is the fantastic compass, it's so huge. How the heck am I gonna lug that back to my office? I mean, come on, Yanfei. Don't give up now. What the? Are they? They look familiar. Oh yeah. I bumped into these rapscallions a few days ago.
Die dürfen wir jetzt auch noch verprügeln, perfekt.
Incinerate! There's a smaller disc here. Judging from the appearance and design,
Ja gut, ja, aber
in
jetzt
all
habe ich auf 70.
likelihood, this is the fantastic compass. Why is there a small
Kollege
version of the
80 werde ich, glaube ich,
fantastic
80 werde ich, glaube
compass
ich, nicht
stuck in the
schaffen.
ground?
Der Kollege wird sich erstmal alles reinsnacken, Chat. Er wird sich erstmal seinen schönen Erdbeerkuchen hier gönnen.
Ich werde ich, glaube ich, nicht schaffen heute mehr.
Compel.
Außer ich zünde jetzt halt noch
Time for your arraignment.
heute damit rein, aber ich glaube, das sollte ich nicht machen. Waffen kann ich nicht, aber mit Talent so heute farmen. Nee, erst morgen. Ja, voll, ja, ja. bin ich wohl schon mal bei den Artefakten rein.
Let's go.
Easy peasy. Just like last time. You know, when I ran into them before, I was working on a big commercial case. Happens all the time. Luckily, I'm well trained in martial arts, so that these are the
Chat, wenn
exact
ich
same guys
da
as I
noch
met
was
last
reinhaue,
time.
ganz ehrlich, da bin ich mit einer 20er Pity
Is
drinne.
this space recreating scenes from my memory?
Reaktion soll man hier auslösen.
Wäre schon
Ja, das
ziemlich,
kriegen wir hin.
wäre schon ziemlich sass, wenn ich dann den Charakter bekommen würde mit einer 20er Pity. Never ever.
Maybe
Ja,
this is
wobei
one of
es
the
auch
ways
nicht so
our
unwahrscheinlich,
adversary
weil
intends
er
to
hat
devour
auch
us.
jetzt bekommen,
Unbelievable.
obwohl er nur eine 12er Pity hatte. Wie unwahrscheinlich ist das, aber er geht mit einer 12er Pity rein und kriegt direkt hier back to back to back. Das geht's nicht. Das kannst du dir nicht ausdenken.
Ja, aber ich bekomme direkt voll die guten Artefakte, Alter. Ersten Run.
Huh? A new entrance. Great.
Whoa. Is this a tunnel? This is weird. It feels like it's connecting to another world. Or maybe...
I thought we might run into some other people here, but apparently not. The Fatui?
Ladenstellung ist
Whose
die
memory
Meta.
is this? Watch out!
Just as I thought.
Yelan, you're here.
I will take you down no matter how many times you show up.
Hey, relax. We're together now.
Quietly now.
Ja, was bekomme ich hier für Dinger? Hallo, was ist denn heute los?
Was
Ich bin einfach nur am Reinlacken, Alter. Bekomme ich auf ein vielversprechliches Artefakt nacheinander. Nach dem anderen, meine ich. Das Glück kennt keine Grenzen.
Vor allem bei ihm nicht.
Quietly now.
Ja, Artefakte war bei mir ja immer scheiße, aber heute ist ja... Wow. 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 Ah, nee, okay. Fehlalarm, Fehlalarm. Killkelch war es nur. War zwar Double-Crit, aber war nur Killkelch.
Trotzdem tritt er mal durch.
Kann ich zwar auch benutzen nach Mualani oder auf den anderen Char als Off-Piece, aber Hydrotransbonus wäre es halt gewesen. Ne? Schade. Kleiner Fehlalarm.
Motion to compel.
Schade, Mann, Alter, das wäre so geil gewesen.
Invisible evidence.
I mustn't give up. But can I out of here? I will recall. See.
Ich hatte meine Farming-Zeit so reduziert. Schade, schade, schade.
Easy.
Amateurs. And still they dare to come after me.
Ah, schon wieder Double Crit.
You've still got it.
Remember how
Oh
I said I'd
mein
seen some
Gott,
illusions? Well, those were
Junge.
the same words I heard last time.
Was stimmt denn mit dem Game? Die haben noch irgendwas an den Drop Rates und an den Wahrscheinlichkeiten rumgeschraubt. Das kann mir keiner erzählen.
See that thing on the ground?
Chat, das
Yeah,
probieren wir
we did
nachher
have a
aus,
hit.
wenn wir die
That's how we
Story
met
hier
up with
durch
you.
haben.
I guess it's a
Ich will
miniature
gucken, ob sich
version of
das
the fantastic
bewahrheitet.
compass in the distance.
Ich glaube das
It has
noch
a
nicht.
close
Ich kann dir nicht
connection
garantieren, wie
to
das
the
bei dir ist,
entire
aber bei mir ist gerade rigged.
It looks
Mir ist gerade komplett rigged.
Er cheated einfach. Ich sag doch, er cheatet, Chat.
Ja, einfach schon 3 vielversprechende Federn bekommen, Junge. Einfach 3.
3. Oh mein Gott. Gerade war hier komplett lecky-mecky. Bruder, bin ich jetzt zurückgegangen oder bin ich doof? Wirkt irgendwie schon so. Drehe den Zeiger und fasse je nach Bereich, wo er sich befindet, wird gegen entsprechend verändert, was er möchte.
Ja, was ist denn los? So, jetzt enttäuscht mich aber nicht, Game, ne? Also wenn jetzt schon die ganze Zeit so, dann...
Oh.
Ja. Ja. Also Low Roll, scheiße. Komm, noch ein, Alter. Ja. Boah. Boah.
Wie er das gerade
Boah.
fühlt.
Not bad, not bad.
Ich habe irgendwie so das
Das Gute ist halt, du kannst halt, es ist nicht schlimm, also du brauchst nicht mal Double Crit. Du brauchst bei Mulani kein KT. Der KT auf den Subset ist fast schon Overkill.
Kann den Zeiger nur rückwärts hin, aber auch nicht vorwärts. Das ist eine Scheiße, Digga. Wenn ich jetzt hier durchgehe,
Das
dann
wird
komm
jetzt
ich
traurig
ganz
hier,
in
Alter.
seinen Raum. Ja, komm ich
Das ist sehr traurig.
Das ist ja auch gerade traurig.
Ja, Digga, einfach alles auf Flat Angriff gerollt.
Junge, er tut
Das
gerade.
ist kompletter Schmutz.
Er tut gerade das ganze Ding rickrollen. Er rickt das einfach.
Naja, das war gerade nur Schmutz, ne? Das war gerade kompletter Schmutz.
Ja, aber wir kommen hier nicht weiter. Wie sollen wir denn hier weiterkommen? Du kommst halt wieder immer nur zum selben Standort zurück. Irgendwas passt hier nicht. Nein, nicht sehr verlassen. Nein, das will ich doch auch nicht.
Ja, und die können nicht halt das nehmen. Aber jetzt die Frage ist, kann man die LP auch wirklich nehmen? Oder das Hydro-Schadensbrunnen ist nicht noch besser?
Hier geht's auch nicht weiter. Oder was ist das für ein Scheiß? Vor allem egal wie ich die Uhr drehe, es funktioniert einfach nicht. Und den Ast kann ich auch nicht kaputt schlagen. Der Zeiger hat den...
Auch Verteidigung.
Wahrscheinlich, ich werde drehen.
Verteidigung.
Staring
geht das
into my
wieder los.
eyes is
Ich hab mich
ill-advised.
gebaitet.
I can't promise
Gar
you'll
nichts,
like
gar
what you
nichts mit mir
sehe.
gehört. Oh, okay, doch. Aber er hätte noch besser kommen können. Okay, ich habe schon mal hier Zweierpiece. Zweierpiece habe ich schon mal.
Okay. Aber wie soll das Ganze jetzt hier
Eine
weitergehen?
Blume bekomme ich sicher auch noch und da brauche ich halt noch eine gute Sanduhr oder Kelch.
Selbst wenn ich von hinten reingehe, ändert das nichts, ne? Umgekehrte Psychologie. Nee, geht nicht. Schade. Aber jedes Mal, wenn man hier hinkommt, ändert das nichts. Egal, auf was man die Uhr gerade stellt. Ja, okay. Nice.
Ah, jetzt sind die ganzen Leute hier online, Alter. Holy moly.
Ha?
Also so viele Leute waren bei mir schon lange nicht mehr online.
Ja. Und diese Uhr triggert mich so hart. Egal, ob ich den Zeiger vorwärts oder zurückdrehe, ich komme nicht weiter. Aber die Frage ist halt, ich habe hier keinen anderen Anhaltspunkt, an dem ich mich orientieren könnte. Ah doch, hier ist was. Das sind 9 Stück, wo die mich pranken, Bruder.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
So, jetzt wird mal Pause gemacht.
Ich verstehe aber nicht, was soll das bedeuten?
So, ich bin dann erstmal weg. Komme dann vielleicht später nochmal wieder.
Okay.
Dann bis später.
Bis später. Das macht keinen Sinn. hängen hier echt in einem Rätsel drin, aber irgendwie, ich finde keine weiteren Anhaltspunkte. Das ändert halt überhaupt nichts hier in dem Ganzen, ne? Es bleibt alles unverändert. Das ist aber echt doof. Hier was anderes finden tun wir auch nicht. Egal, was wir machen. Scheiße, aber der Ast ist doch hier weg. Warum kann ich das dann nicht ausbuddeln? Oder habe ich irgendwas bei mir, was ich benutzen könnte? Ich habe nichts hier, was ich benutzen kann. Das bringt uns aber auch nichts. Wird die Zeit jetzt wieder weiter vorsetzen? Das verändert halt überhaupt nichts hier, ne? Betritt den neuen Raum, ja, aber wie soll ich das
Staring into
machen?
my eyes is ill-advised.
Ich habe halt
I
überhaupt
can't
keine
promise you'll like
Anhaltspunkte
what you
gerade.
see.
Meine Elementarsicht hilft mir hier auch nicht weiter. Ist halt schon schroff irgendwie gerade. Irgendwas muss doch hier noch sein, was wir übersehen haben. Lol, wir haben's geschafft.
Another new space.
If everywhere within this space follows the same rules, there must be another small fantastic compass somewhere around here.
Bosacius, I can't believe someone like you would end up as a lost soul underground.
No enemies. Hold on.
Wait, is the enemy hiding itself? Oh no, we should go help him.
Stay back. This is my fight. Do not come near me.
Oh Gott, was kommt jetzt?
Filthy monsters! So many people have died at your hands! I lured you here to this underground space because I found your weakness.
Hiding and ambushing from the dark is Bosacius' signature tactic.
Die here with me!
How did a valiant warrior like you die here?
Luis, halt.
Uh-oh. This is not going well for Xiao.
No matter. I know how this ends.
Look! Bosacius is showing signs of fatigue.
Bosacius, martial Retris. Even your strength is finite. But your illusion is not as mighty as you. This is not you in all your glory. And I wonder what Rex Lapis would think if he saw what had become of the first Yaksha.
Leave! I'll deal with the rest. We can't let the monsters get to the surface. Everyone, remember, we must hold the line at 60 miles outside the chasm at all costs.
Lol. Was geht? Nicht viel, ich spiel grad Genshin.
Enough! Phantom, be gone!
Xiao, are you okay?
This is my purpose. Don't worry about me.
So your invisible opponent was the legendary Bosacius, Marshal...
Yes. So excuse my stubbornness. Bosacius has been missing for centuries. This may have been the last time I will ever see him.
He was saying something about holding the line at all costs.
He fought here. The nameless Yaksha from the legends.
But didn't you say he'd always announce his name? How could his name be lost to time?
I don't know. Maybe he forgot who he was.
Because the karma you spoke of drove him to madness?
Bosacius had already gone mad before he disappeared. There was no way of knowing if his memories were intact.
He still took part in the Battle of the Chasm despite having gone mad?
We Yakshas are not a race that thrive in peacetime. It's likely that he was drawn by the scent of bloody war. Slaughter is what we do best. Maybe it's the only thing we know. This battle confirmed my suspicions. As we had speculated, this space reflects information from people's minds. In other words, despite going mad, Bosacius came here. The illusion we saw just now is the impression he left behind. This space recreated him as he was during the battle. The way he fought was so self-destructive.
Bosacius's illusion said he'd discovered the monster's weakness and lured them underground. What kind of place could this be? Defeating Conria's monsters is no small feat, that's for sure.
Guys, it could just be me, but...
This space is really starting to affect us.
I believe Bosacius stayed here underground. But now he is gone, and only his illusion remains. If we don't leave, we may meet the same fate. Time to move on. You fought well, Bosacius. Goodbye.
Tritt den neuen Raum, okay. Ich bin gespannt. Hier gibt's keine Uhr mehr. Ah doch, sie steht da vorne drin. Oh mein Gott, ich verkack's grad.
I do worry about the...
Bevor wir da jetzt noch reingehen, bevor wir da jetzt reingehen, Chat, gehe ich kurz aufs Klo. Bis gleich.
What could the children be up to? Never mind. Let them do as they please.
Shall we take a look?
Okay, let's see.
It looks like these were letters written by the Millelith soldiers who stayed here.
So, who's this Boyang they mentioned?
Boyang was one of my ancestors. The one...
You mean Boyang fought alongside Bosacius?
I believe so.
And the Millelith soldiers were their brothers in arms.
I guess now we have a pretty good idea of where everyone that went missing ended up.
Yes.
So scary.
Come on, let's not stay here. I have a gut feeling that sooner or later we'll connect all the dots. And then, we'll finally know the truth. Still, who knows how this space is planning on revealing the answer to us.
There's nothing here at all.
What a creepy space.
It has the feel of the abyss. But where are the opponents?
Your memory? Of what? The abyss? So, this place is created purely based on your memory? It's getting darker. It's...
Lumine, wait!
Huh? What's that shiny round thing on the ground?
The fantastic compass!
In the other spaces, the fantastic compass was always partially buried in the ground. But this one is lying flat, intact.
Oh, she was just a figment of your imagination? So, she appeared as an illusion because you miss her so much, huh?
Yanfei, are you sure this is the fantastic compass you're looking for?
I think so. There were no pictures in the will, but based on the description, it seems to check out. Yelan? What is it?
From the design and build, this fantastic compass looks extremely similar to the catalysts used by my clan. I just need to do this. Someone's used this before. There may be a hidden message inside. Let's get out of here and find somewhere safer. All right, here we'll be fine. Take a moment to catch your breath while I try to unlock the fantastic compass. Well, well. This is not what I was expecting.
Oh, seems like you've made a new discovery.
This information was left by a thaumaturge called Boyang, who, as you know, is the missing ancestor that I came here to investigate.
All this information, it was left by your ancestor?
Hundreds of years ago, two of my ancestors, brothers, were gifted the fantastic compass by someone of great importance. They brought this device to the chasm, and they set out together, but only one of them made it back. Minus his sanity.
Karma.
Correct. One possibility is that when they fought alongside Bosacius, they were tainted by his karma. Neither of them had visions, so they wouldn't have been able to resist its effects for very long.
From reading through this, it sounds like Boyang ended up staying here for good too.
Well, this is just wonderful. So, that's it. There's no way out?
What do we do? Are we gonna die here? Hyman's had enough of this place! Let me out!
What was that? Huh?
I got it! I just had a thought. Give me a second, I just need to double check. Uh-huh. Traveler, I just realized something. Okay, so on my way here, I was studying the will the whole time. But I didn't give any thought to the book that the will was inside of. I don't know it verbatim, but I have read it before. The gist of the story goes like this. Millennia ago, an Adeptus made a magic device to seal away evil monsters. Later, he made good friends with a human and gave the device to him to use as a catalyst. A few years later, great demons haunted the mountains. The mortal and the Adeptus joined forces to exorcise them using the same device. And that's not all. The book also says this. When mortal and Adepti powers are combined, one can move the heavens and shake the earth. This contraption is proof that mortals and Adepti may coexist. I have both Adepti and human lineage. Maybe my power can work. It worked! I mean, the effect only lasted an instant because I'm not strong enough. But still, we must be— And look! Something seems to have been activated inside the fantastic compass.
By heaven's might and the gods of the 5 regions, Yaksha and mortal together take this contraption in hand.
That's their voices from when they made the seal. Bosacius and my ancestor. They sealed off this space at the top together.
I see. It makes sense now. Everyone, let's go back and meet up with Ito and Shinobu. I have a suggestion to make.
Paimon can barely move anymore. Oh, why can't we get out of here?
Paimon, just hang in there, okay? Trust me, there's still hope.
Let's go.
Shinobu, Ito, we're back!
He must be exhausted, because he still hasn't woken up yet. But he's not in any serious danger, so don't worry. What about you guys? You found something, didn't you? It's written on your faces. But whatever it is, it's bad news, isn't it?
We found the fantastic compass. The previous owner left a message inside, and from the looks of it, there really is no way out of this space after all. It seems like the previous owner was stuck here forever too.
Shoot!
This isn't over yet. Listen to me. Just now, I tried channeling my power into the Fantastic Compass, and it responded.
But all that did was activate the records from when the seal was created.
Right, but the issue wasn't with the compass. It was with the method. Remember what the book says? When mortal and adepti powers are combined, one can move the heavens and shake the earth. Only when a mortal and an adeptus combine their powers can the Fantastic Compass be fully activated. I'm a mix of human and adeptus, so the fact that the Fantastic Compass responded to me shows that the system is still functional. Lucky for us, we also happen to have a full adeptus and a human with training in the magic arts.
Interesting. So that's what was going through your head.
So, an adeptus and a human need to channel their power at the same time?
Yes, if my guess is correct, then when both of you put your full power into the Fantastic Compass, we should be able to completely reactivate it. Last time, it was used to seal the intersection between this place and the chasm. If we can reverse it,
then we're home free.
Awesome! So there's still hope?
You bet.
Your idea seems reasonable.
Okay, well let's all take a quick break. We'll give this thing a try once we're ready.
Oh boy, Paimon's so nervous!
Yelan, Xiao, how are we looking?
I'm all set.
I'm ready.
Oh, but Yanfei, there's one thing you might need to mentally prepare yourself for. I'm afraid you probably won't be able to take the Fantastic Compass out of here. From what I can tell, everything within this domain is the result of disordered space-time and memories. We all came here for different purposes, and everything that's happened here has been in response to our own imaginations and conjecture. Terrifying, but also a miracle. This space, well, it's more than just a space. Whether there's some kind of higher power at work here, I don't know, but also, according to the history of the chasm, this place must have existed for a very long time. What could have— oh, that. Yeah, I was there too.
Huh? Wait a second. It was you that shot that arrow?
Who else did you think it was? That snake is probably a remnant of Conrion's civilization, and crystals are highly effective against it. Maybe there was some sort of opposing reaction between those two forces? If so, I'm extremely sorry, everyone.
No! You're just trying to help us and solve the problem! You're definitely not to blame for what happened.
If you say so. You could almost liken this bizarre space to a living being that throws all kinds of hallucinations at us to deceive us. Additionally, most of the things here are static. So if we really do manage to escape, then once time starts moving normally again...
That's actually what I think too. That's precisely why it's such a miracle that we even found the Fantastic Compass to begin with.
This whole thing feels like we're breaking free from our shackles using a spear that by rights should not exist.
This is a long shot, but it may be our last chance. So, whose wish was it that summoned this device?
Perhaps it was. But maybe there's another reason. Your incredibly strong commitment to your search. It's a shame that we couldn't find your family. But if they were here, I'm sure they'd want nothing more than to see you being rescued from this place.
I gotta say, it does intrigue me, the way we all ended up here together. If this is fate, then let's grab it in our hands and turn it around.
Leave the boss to Ushi and me. We're ready.
Traveler, take care of Paimon. Yanfei, you might need to come closer to me when the time comes.
Sure.
Stars align, bestow your light. Evil purged by thunder's might. Spirit curbed, pneuma surge. By dictum divine, heed these words. Do as I command!
Aha! The Fantastic Compass is an amplifier. Maintain this energy level, and we may stand a chance.
I will maintain the energy flow.
Understood.
Everyone, stand back.
I shall hold the line by sealing the surface.
As Yakshas, we must fight for this world. General Alatus, falling in!
Watch out!
This trip may be dangerous, yet you insist on going.
I have guarded this place for several hundred years. Only to seek the nameless Yaksha do I request your approval.
You can't keep this up. Your strength won't last. That was close. I thought you were gonna get left behind. I'm so glad you're okay. That was terrifying.
I know what you were thinking, but... Never mind. I know I can't talk you out of a mindset that's been built up over a lifetime. I don't think we were ever going to reach an agreement over the final strategy. But in the end, it was thanks to you that we managed to escape.
No. I could not have done this on my strength alone.
Don't mention it. It looks like everyone got out unscathed, but you all look pretty exhausted. Rest up. There's no hurry to move on from here. As for me, I'm gonna check the area for any unusual activity.
She's gone. Paimon didn't even get to say thank you.
Maybe Yelan really doesn't believe she made a contribution. It seems like she's convinced Xiao saved us all, including her, and she doesn't know what to say to that. And since it's not easy to persuade Xiao of anything, maybe Yelan's just given up trying to talk to him.
Xiao, she's criticizing you.
I am not.
You speak only the truth. I have no quarrel with that. I will keep your words in mind.
Really? Well, that's great. I count that as quite an achievement. It was a perilous situation we were faced with underground, and it took every single one of us for any of us to make it out alive.
Hey, so Ballchecker still hasn't woken up yet. Shit, let's go check on him.
I slept like a rock. Good times. Huh? What you doing? What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that?
Are you in any pain?
You need to tell us if you're not feeling well.
You weren't that bright to begin with, so if we add brain damage to the equation...
The heck are you guys talking about? I'm fine. I had an epic power nap, and now I feel like a million more. Huh. I feel like I'm forgetting something, though. Oh, yeah! Wait, weren't we underground?
It's a long story. We'll fill you in later. Ito, we're indebted to you, Shinobu, and Ushi. We couldn't have escaped this predicament without your help. I'm the reason you all got caught up in this. Please accept my apologies, and let me find some way to compensate you for the trouble.
Bah, crazy talk! You helped us first! Of course we're gonna return the favor. Hey, if it weren't for you, we'd still be in a Liyue jail cell right now.
That's not quite correct. You'd be in jail, not me.
Good point. Well, okay then. How about this? To celebrate our newfound friendships, how about you let me take you to Liyue Harbor for some sightseeing and a proper meal?
I like the sound of that! Now that you mention it, whew, I am famished. Oh, I can barely walk here.
I'm hungry too, Senpai. Why don't we head straight over?
Paimon too! Paimon wants to come too! Fine!
Alright, well, I promise I'll take good care of your friends from Inazuma. Take it easy, okay? What we just went through was a lot. Oh, wait! Yelan left already. I was gonna treat her to some tea. But I'll take this to mean we're square.
Oh, yeah? Is that right? Wow. Okay, I'll let him know. Traveler, Flying Lavender Melon, Ushi has a couple words he'd like you to pass on for him.
What?
Oh, I want to hear this.
Me too. Count me in.
Good idea! Let's do that! Paimon never would have guessed that Ushi was so gentle and thoughtful.
Sometimes the profoundest truths can also be the simplest. I think Ushi's words may well come in handy.
You betcha! Just leave it to us!
Alright, Ito, Shinobu, Ushi, let's go.
Oh yeah! Grub time!
See you next time.
Finished taking care of business?
Oh, there wasn't any business. We were just saying goodbye to our friends.
You're still here. I saw the two Inazumans leave with Yanfei, heading towards Liyue Harbor. Aren't you going with them?
We still had some stuff we wanted to say to Xiao.
I figured as much. I've checked the area. Nothing strikes me as out of the ordinary. Looks like this chapter has come to a close. Now, I just need to take care of the confidentiality issues. Let's hope our friends from overseas can keep their mouths shut.
We got it! We got it! We'll make sure they don't say anything. Please don't hurt them.
Oh. You figured me out, huh? All right, I'll quit pulling your leg. Everyone really rose to the occasion this time. I won't ever forget what we went through. Where could that strange space have come from? And how has it existed down there undetected for so many years? I have to investigate this further. I have a feeling that whatever lies behind all this runs deep. Maybe so deep that no one can be allowed to know. Also, I think someone helped us out at the last minute. They did a good deed, of course, but Somehow I couldn't tell anything about them. It must have been someone of great importance. Anyway, these questions will have to wait for another time. I have some follow-up work to do and reports to make. So it's back to Liyue Harbor for me. See you when I see you.
Bye, Yelan!
You knew I was waiting for you? Really? There's somewhere I want to go. If you have the time, you can join me.
Where is it?
A place that has to do with the Yakshas. The temple up ahead was built to remember Pervases. Maybe I came here because I had a realization.
You mean back when we were underground?
It's hard to put into words. Seeing Bosacius gave me the false impression that I'd traveled back into the past. You could dress up the Yaksha's life and call us valiant warriors, veterans of war. But the truth is, for Bosacius, perhaps dying in the heat of a great battle was no tragedy. And perhaps the same is true for me. After living so long, to die in the act of saving others would not have been a terrible thing. So maybe these thoughts are my own form of insanity.
Hey, don't say that. Oh yeah, Ushi wanted us to tell you. It's very important. Ushi said he has the power to exorcise demons, so people use him to fend them off. But after he met Ito, he's never left his side. He also said that he doesn't have any grand philosophies. He just thinks we should spend our lives around the people who make us happiest. Maybe there aren't so many rules about how we should or shouldn't live our lives in this world after all. So, he hopes you can come to understand that even though the power of a Yaksha may be harmful to other people, it doesn't mean you shouldn't hang out with them. Yep, like people with visions. They have more resistance against your power, right? And... Well, anyway, there's loads of people out there who really care about you.
Suddenly you sound a lot like Bosacius and the others. They used to talk about how they hoped to live a mortal's life once the world was at peace. I think I was the only one who didn't think that way. The Bosacius recorded in the Fantastic Compass had lost his sanity. He addressed the people around him as Alatus, Menogius, and others. These are the names of the 5 Yakshas. I am Alatus, and Menogius is General Capisis. The others are Bonanis, or General Chisapis, and Indarius, or General Musatus. I heard that people call the 5 of us Yakshas, that Bosacius and Yelan's ancestors stayed underground to the end. So that space must have read their minds in their last moments as they approached death. Yelan was right in everything she said. Both of our proposals had their drawbacks, and both were sensible suggestions. I couldn't have done all I did without everyone's help. Even in the final moments, it took every bit of my power to break free from that place.
Well, Paimon still thinks you were amazing.
Yanfei and Yelan are correct. I always prepare for the worst-case scenario. This mindset is deeply rooted in me. If Rex Lapis hadn't saved me in that moment, I don't think I would have been able to escape. In the end, I still had to burden another.
But that's how it should be, right? You've known Zhang Li, Rex Lapis, for such a long time. And you've helped him before, so he helped you back. What's the big deal?
Perhaps. In the moment that we escaped from that space, I could sense what was left of Bosacius's memory. If I had to say what I gained from this trip, I think that would be it. It's good that one more person will remember him.
Menogius, where have you been?
Brother Yaksha, you're confused again. I've told you countless times, I am Boyoung, a thaumaturge who fought with you in the chasm.
Boyoung? Boyoung? You are Boyoung, but who am I?
Believe me, I want to know as much as you do. Here we are, the two who agreed to stay here together, and I can't even call you by your name. It's a shame.
Stay here? No. No, you have to leave.
Nonsense, Brother Yaksha. We're down here for good now. Don't you remember? It's too late to have regrets. The seal can't be broken.
The seal. Ah, yes. I'm a Yaksha who came here to fight.
Brother, are you okay?
Look at the state of me. I don't think I've got long now.
We're the only two left. Don't go dying on me. You know, today I saw my family down here. Clear as day. What do you think? Am I losing my mind now too?
Boyoung, do you want to go home?
I made my decision to leave Zhongzhou up on the surface. I obviously... Of course I want to go home.
I must have family too.
You mean brothers and sisters? I'm sure you do.
Brothers and sisters. Yes, but who am I? And where is my family?
Brother! What's wrong? Hang in there. It's just you and me, don't die before me.
Alatus, is that you?
Who's Alatus? Your memory's going again.
I'm sorry. You all have to see me in this state.
Brother!
Look, there's someone over there.
Who are they?
They're my... I remember now. I know you. My brothers and sisters have come for me, Boyoung.
You're awake? At least tell me your name.
Brother Bosacius.
Hey, Bosacius.
Bosacius.
I am Bosacius, and my destiny is to make the ultimate sacrifice.
I've said so much today, but I don't need to hold back as much when I talk to you. Have you ever had a moment where you felt like you were aware of your destiny? The potential of life? The approach of death? Whatever it might have been. By now, I have accepted that destiny is the one disaster that the Yaksha know most keenly of all. We are destined to misery. And yet, we have no fear.
Xiao.
It matters not. Rex Lapis had said that you are a witness. It is right that the events of the world are relayed to you. Bonanis, Menogius, and Indarius all perished, and only Bosacius's fate was unknown. This has always stung my heart like a thorn. That is why I went to the chasm, despite being fully aware of the danger. Now that I know what happened in the chasm back then, I can finally put this matter to rest. Before we left that place, I picked up a stone. I thought if I could take it out with me, I would place it in the temple to Pervases in memory of Bosacius. Unfortunately, the stone did not survive. Pervases died in the Archon War thousands of years ago. He was younger than us. And Bosacius was very sad when he passed. Too many Yakshas have become casualties of battle. We are like a flock of birds, scattered to the four corners of the world. And in the Bosacius, Boyang, and all those soldiers. Heroes. I like that word. Maybe the world will never be free of disaster. But there is good in the world, too. Even the darkest hearts have room for those they cherish. I accept your advice. From this day on, heroes will always look out for each other.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Hi, Barbara. That's what'll make your night.
Welcome. How can I help? Laid bare.
Let the show begin. Go, Barbara, go! Let's dance. Go, Barbara, go!
Transfixed.
By royal decree.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Let the show begin. Odds reveal by.
Body and mind. Ring cutter.
By royal decree. Let's dance. Odds reveal by.
Overruled.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Oh no! Go, Barbara, go! Let the show begin. By royal
Transfixed. Everlasting as the moon.
rein.
Let's dance. Oh no! Go for hi. Let the show begin.
Ja.
Know my sword. Witness the power of Google. Wings
Hello?
of darkness. Come, sever night from.
Hallo?
Chat, ich hatte das Mikro die ganze Zeit nicht an. Oh mein Gott.
Ja. RIP.
Nein, Weißer. Ich habe gerade die Story fertig gespielt. Also in der großen Kluft. Ich bin mit der Mission jetzt durch.
Wunderbar.
Oh mein Gott. Als nächstes kommt Sumeru. Und ich glaube, das ist nur bei dir so. Mit dem Bonus.
Der Bonus.
Also dass du quasi mehr bekommen hast oder so.
Und was mehr?
Ja, mehr Artefakte.
Ich habe ja nicht mehr Artefakte bekommen. Ich hatte auch nur Glück mit den Stats.
Ja, das ist eher bei dir
Die
so.
sind aber nicht so gerollt, außer das eine. War letzten Endes nicht so gut. So, Molani Guide nochmal eben abspeichern.
Commendable.
Bis später.
Everlasting as the moon.
Und nochmal nebenbei YouTube an.
Da geht man euch schön YouTube-Loop schon.
Dann geht's in Genshin rein und dann geht's erstmal Pyrokuli markieren.
Alter, Chat, ich sag euch ganz ehrlich. Ja, hier hätten wir wieder Crit-Schaden drauf, aber das brauche ich nicht. Dafür müsste ich wieder Crit ausgleichen. Nee. Ach, diese Serie, die killt mich. Ich höre auf, diese Serie zu spielen. Ich kann das nicht mehr. 2 Versuche auch nur wieder Schrott bekommen. Mir reicht's langsam. Wie viele Artefakte haben wir überhaupt gerade? 618. Boah. Stark. Huch. Ist schon eine ordentliche Wagenladung. Und wie war das? Man kann den Dinger jetzt benutzen. Wo ist er denn? So. Okay, man kann das machen. Okay, let's go. Was geht's hier? Der harmonischen Launen. Was kostet das? Angriff. Ach, hier kann man natürlich die Attribute aussuchen, wenn man das möchte. So. Ach, man kann hier nur Angriffrate drauf machen.
Aber erstmal will ich jetzt, glaube ich, wenigstens einmal kurz in Celestine Zero und Star reingucken, aber.
Mhm.
Ich hört noch gar nicht.
Heiliger Frost unzureichend. Was ist ein heiliger Frost? Achso, man braucht das Item, um quasi das zu machen. Achso. Hä? Heilige Frost extrahieren. Ah, lol. Ach, man braucht es, um Heiligen Frost zu extrahieren. Ey, wie viel braucht man denn dafür? Warte mal.
Das ist eine der Möglichkeiten, wie man es bekommen kann, indem du gelevelte 5-Star-Artefakte reinschmeißt, bis du
Ja.
halt 100 Level erreicht hast. Also du musst Artefakte im Wert von 100 Leveln da reinmachen. Dann bekommst du da ein Item. Geht auch scheinbar nur einmal pro Season.
Achso, du kannst nur eins extrahieren. Meinst du, oder was? Oder halt. Ja.
Kannst du einmal Artefakte-Level bis 100 reinschmeißen, dann kriegst du da ein Item raus.
Ja, aber was bringt
Und
mir
dann
das?
geht das scheinbar die Season nicht mehr.
Ja, aber was bringt mir das, diese ganzen Items jetzt zu verballern? Ja, und wie kriegst du die sonst her?
Battle Pass bekommt man einen, aber nur im Premium Pass. Scheinbar durch Erkunden kann man das bekommen, durch Events. Zu den Anniversary-Belohnungen hin bekommen wir auch noch eins geschenkt.
Ah ja.
Oh.
Eigentlich ist schon ein Scheiß.
Gibt da verschiedene Quellen für.
Das ist schon irgendwie
Aber
ein Scheiß.
scheinbar gibt es halt da nicht so viel von. Also ist auch klar, auch in Star Citizen Zero bekommt man das nicht so oft.
Ja. Was für ein Paimon eigentlich von mir, oder was gibt's noch, was ich hier noch übersehen habe? Achso, einiges. Lol. Das soll ich mir jetzt angucken. Ja, auf zu den wunderbaren Landschaften, da kann ich aber noch nicht rein. Ja, jetzt wird mir das hier angezeigt, okay. Ah ja. Man kann sich da einiges durchlesen. Interessant. Einfach ein neues Game gezogen.
Die bin ich ja auch broke. Hab ich dafür fast vergessen.
Ja.
Überall bin ich broke, Junge. Es mangelt an allem.
Ah ja. Okay, und wozu war das jetzt gedacht? Weiß ich nicht, aber gut. Oh, 50 Primus kriegt man wieder. Kann ich dann auch machen. Weil du hast nicht mal großartig reingepullt. Du hast einfach so Lack gehabt.
Oh.
Da ist die Lackschiene aber anders am Glühen. Chat, der hat so einen Lack, das gibt's gar nicht. Da müsste ich mich 100.000 Mal anstellen, um Lack zu bekommen. Ja, wobei, ich hatte auch schon ziemlich Lack. Das Einzige, was ich einfach verloren habe, weil man kann ja nicht immer gewinnen, ne? So ein Ding. Wow.
Whoa, the academia sure is busy during the day. But where should we go looking for people that we know?
Traveler, Paimon.
Sino! It's been so long since we last saw you!
Welcome back to Sumeru City. I'm delighted to meet you again. So, what brings you back here?
Oh, nothing in particular. Paimon just saw a really big mushroom out on the road the other day and suddenly missed.
Funnily enough, we were reminiscing about you recently too. It was at a group dinner. I look forward to hearing about your travels.
Really? You were thinking of us too? What could...
Indeed. Or as I call it. You really want me to say the rest? Okay. It's always nice to meet Stu again.
Oh, darn, he said it.
You like that one, huh? You must if you remember it after all this time. Admit the truth. You have long been in awe of my razor-sharp wit.
Alright. Here's your 500 Mora.
You're exaggerating. It's only 500 Mora.
Hey, 500 Mora is still a lot of snacks to Paimon.
All right. I'll treat you to some desserts later. Anyway, I'm actually investigating a case right now. My mind is focused on work.
A case? What happened?
Nothing major. But after finding out who was involved, I decided, on reflection, to handle this one myself.
Need any help? We only came here to hang out, so we've got the time. You may as well take us with you, and then when you're done, we can, you know.
Such enthusiasm. Are you worried I'll forget about treating you to some sweet...
What? No!
Obvious enough. Still, that's a fine idea. You are the heroes of Sumeru. All right, follow me.
Hüter des Versprechens, Akt 2. Na gut, Chat. Wir fangen den Akt...
Das ist aber, glaube ich, eine Legendenquest, die du gerade angefangen hast.
Was?
Das hört sich gerade eher nach Sinos Legendenquest an.
Nein. Umgekehrte Schöpfung. Der Nachtvogel ist gefallen, bevor der Vorhang fällt.
Ja, du machst gerade andere Quests.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my undivided attention.
Gerade war ja dein Ziel Folge Sino, aber das ist ja gar nicht das Ziel. Und du bist gerade noch in eine andere Quest reingelaufen.
Das kann nicht sein. L. Kann doch gar nicht sein, oder? Oder bin ich doof? Nee, das kann gar nicht sein. Ach, scheiße, ich bin da reingelaufen. Nein! Verdammt!
Boah.
Das wollte ich gar nicht.
POV, du hast so viele Quests am Laufen.
Was?
In Starbucks kann ich auch später noch online gehen. Aber es ist zum Glück nicht so wild, wenn man sich da mal eine Weile nicht einloggt.
Andere Frage mal. Was machst du jetzt heute noch?
Jetzt gerade mache ich okay, Star Rail. Jetzt gleich mache ich Senate on Zero. Und danach geht's weiter in Genshin rein.
Ah, okay.
Come on, serious suggestions.
Wo auch sonst, ne?
I'm not trying to write a thriller here.
Also er wird heute nur zocken, Chat. Das wird mit Anime gucken heute nix.
Wahrscheinlich nicht, ne?
Aber Chat, ich gehe jetzt eben auch essen. Wir machen die Mission um Sumeru gleich weiter. Ja. Bis gleich. So, Chat, da bin ich wieder. Was mit dem anderen Kollegen? Ah, der ist auch noch da. Dachte, der wäre... Oh, vielleicht weg. Hätte ja sein können. Wer weiß. Und du? Jetzt bist gerade schön am Zocken. Wahrscheinlich Sandstorm Zero,
Sorry.
oder?
Nee, da bin ich wieder raus.
Hm. Was bist du drin?
Genshin?
Ah,
Wie schon
okay.
gesagt. Bin bei der Arena angekommen, Alter, und es sieht alles so geil aus. Erstmal Teleporter.
Ah ja.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you should.
Yeah,
Mal sehen, ob wir den Pyro-Aqua diesmal auch wieder so einfach zu Gesicht bekommen oder nicht.
Interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this.
Yes, you came to me. So all the
Ja,
more
irgendwie
reason to
krass,
take my advice.
wenn das so wäre.
The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it.
Meinst du, wenn du die Story spielst? Ob du da zu
Ich
sich
mir wünschen
bekommst?
eigentlich, dass die mal eine größere NPC-Vielfalt bringen würden.
Hm.
Weil in Genshin gibt es halt eine Palette an NPCs, die einfach nur mit verschiedenen Haaren und Outfits gezeichnet werden.
Ja.
Mehr ist das nicht.
Okay.
Und das ist ein bisschen lame inzwischen. Also jetzt nach 4 Jahren nervt mich das ein bisschen.
Ja, gut. Es kann halt, wie soll man sagen, also, es ist noch nicht so alt wie ein anderes Game. Was ich kenne.
Was ist ja der Grund dafür in Genshin, dass es halt, dass die Welt halt zu groß ist und es zu viele NPCs gibt. Also muss ja nicht jeder NPC gleich aussehen. Wir brauchen einfach mal mehr. Wir brauchen mehr Models. Nicht immer halt dieselbe Palette. Oh, ich habe Catherine gefunden, ohne es zu wissen.
Ah ja.
Hallo Catherine. Ist mal kein neuer Text zu...
Umgekehrte Schöpfung.
Nein? Okay, scheinbar nicht. Naja, das mit Catherine, das hat sie ja eh schon aufgelöst, was mit ihr auf sich hat.
Also bei mir hat's jetzt gerade angefangen, umgekehrte Schöpfung.
Alright, I guess I'll go with
Musst
my
du gucken, dass du
textual
die richtige
criticism
Quest
and your
ausgewählt hast, ne?
editorial direction for the first draft.
Nicht, dass
I
du
have a
wieder
feeling that the
unbeabsichtigt
missing
die falsche Quest machst.
Kabuki-mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that
Ich schau
traveler.
gleich
From
nochmal.
what they say about him,
So,
this seems like the kind of thing
alchemitisch.
he'd know about.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
Das ist ein weiterer Ausgang.
No.
Die ganzen
Of course I
Graffitis
believe
hier sind
you.
auch so nice.
Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first
Hier
time
müsste
coming face to face with
irgendwo
you and your mysterious silver-haired companion.
auch
I
noch
couldn't believe
ein
my luck.
Restaurant
And
sein.
out of force of habit, I started.
Aber dem Laden gibt wahrscheinlich erstmal nichts, bevor man nichts anderes
Sawada,
hat.
for the love of...
Ja,
Sorry, we
genau.
don't get out much, so our social
Musst du den
skills are
anderen
kinda
Leveling Tree
low.
finden.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been
Was
to
ich
many
dich gestern noch
places.
fragen
Would you
wollte,
be able to tell
gibt
us
es
about
jetzt
Tatara
eigentlich
Suna?
also als wir gestern noch über den Anime geredet haben, wo wir gestern noch geschaut haben zusammen, ne?
Ja.
Da meintest du ja, es gibt eine Ankündigung, also Ankündigung von einer zweiten Staffel oder von weiteren Folgen.
Eine Fortsetzung.
Okay. Aber wie viele Folgen das umfasst, wurde nicht gesagt.
Keine Ahnung, also wenn es eine neue Staffel wird, dann denke ich mal wieder ein 12er.
Ah, okay.
Wie auch schon die erste Staffel.
Ah, okay. Ja, das wäre natürlich nice. Hätte man richtig wieder was zum Anschauen hier. Ne.
Könnte aber halt auch nur eine OVA sein oder so. Weiß ich nicht.
Ja, okay.
Hab da schon länger keine Infos mehr zugelesen.
Ach so.
Lol, Alter, in diesem Gasthaus einfach können sogar Dinos drin chillen mit extra Plätzen.
Lol.
Wow, so ein extra Hotelzimmer. Ja gut, also es gibt zwar keine richtige Hauptstadt in der Clan, aber das macht halt, das hat halt hier schon Hauptstadt-Vibes. Auf jeden Fall.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get
Oh,
into
jetzt bin ich hier schon
If
im
you don't
Kampfring
mind,
drin.
I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm
Der
writing about
Schmied, ich will zum
Tatara.
Hold on,
Schmied
Sawada.
noch.
Don't
Und
you
da
think
will ich
that's a
eigentlich
bit
auch
of a
noch
deep
hin.
dive for a first read?
Well, fair point.
Und
In that case,
also
please
ich sag
ease
ganz
yourself
ehrlich,
Ich hoffe,
by
man
taking a look at
man
Akaba's latest
muss
essay.
hier richtig
Let
auf
me give you
fighten
some
drin, Alter.
background.
Hätte ich Bock drauf.
This all started with the discovery, but in the
also
end,
ganz
he
ehrlich, wenn
threw
ich
it
in
into a
Fontaine
fire to
weiterspiele,
destroy
dann
it
geht's
and
los.
killed his servant
Dann erstmal
Katsuragi.
noch
Oh,
vielleicht
ich glaube, ich habe den Leveling-Tree
Well,
gefunden.
No one knows.
Ich glaube noch nebensächlich was freischalten, noch weitere Baupläne freischalten. Wäre nice.
Oh ja, das ist der Leveling-Tree. Ja, das war einfacher als gedacht.
Apart from the swordmaker,
Okay,
his servant, and the one who
30
wrote this all
Pyro-Siegel
down,
pro
the
Stufe.
records also mention a kabuki mono.
Ja, das sind
That's right.
weniger
Akaba's
als in
teacher has
Fontaine
spent
und
quite some
Sumeru.
time researching these events on the ground.
Ja,
This kabuki mono lived in
dann
Tatara
gibt es wieder
Suna for
50
a while
Stufen.
before
Ja?
this.
So
Yep.
first this strange person goes
Und dann gibt es wahrscheinlich
missing.
denselben Kram, den es auch
Then
sonst gibt.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I
Was
have
heißt denn
Primos,
dieselben
I
Kram?
asked everyone I
Kronen,
could think of.
Mora.
This
Obwohl, ein
part's
paar
important.
andere Sachen
I
gibt's,
just wanted to
glaube
make
ich.
it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the
Ja,
government
ja genau,
records
die
office.
gibt ja
He looked
eigentlich
into it
mehr
for me,
Belohnungen.
and I can now confirm that
Wieso?
all the
Es gibt
Akamantan
scheinbar mit jeder
individuals did,
Stufe
in fact,
50.
live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Also wurde ja
Even
auch
back then,
schon gesagt,
Tatara Suna was already
dass
at
es da
the
mehr
center of
Belohnungen gibt.
Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in
Ich habe halt
charge
gerade
was a
nicht die
government
Belohnungen
official.
von den anderen Dingern im Kopf, aber die sind auf jeden Fall anders. Ob es jetzt mehr sind, I don't know. Aber es ist halt über das Primos, Kronen,
Is a name with a lot of
Artefakt
history
XP,
to it.
Mora, Prototypen, Standardpuls, Eventpuls.
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa, something then seems to have happened in
Na
the
gut,
Kaidahara
also
clan,
wenn man
leading to
denn
their
alle
downfall.
50 Stufen hat,
I don't
dann
know
auch
the
schon mal
details, but
2500.
taken in light of everything else
Ich
going
sag
on
euch
around
ehrlich,
Aber man
Chat.
wird den Baum ja sowieso hier nicht maxen können aktuell. Das wird man erst maxen können, wenn die letzte
Yes, of course.
Region
How
raus
could I
ist.
forget?
Also die
Brace
letzte
your minds, ladies and gents,
Erweiterung.
for they are about to be
Nattland
blown.
ist eine der
Or maybe you won't
größten
believe
wahrscheinlich
this.
bis jetzt,
I
oder?
wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this
Ich hatte dir
is by
dazu
far
schon was
the
gesagt.
most.
Ja.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired
Aktuell
by
natürlich
Akaba's
noch nicht.
teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a
Puppet?
Kann man ja sehen, ne? Muss man ja einfach nur Augen im Kopf haben. Und das Gute ist, ich kann jetzt sogar noch weiter farmen, weil ich gerade noch ein zauberliches Herz bekommen habe.
Judging by the looks on your
Das
faces,
ist
you
insane.
No.
Chat,
Das heißt, ich schaffe vielleicht Mualani doch noch auf 80 heute.
I
Im Chat,
agree.
bei mir kann man
It
das
does.
knicken.
But considering that non-human
Egal wie
races
viel
in Inazuma
angereichertes
are by no
Harz
means
ich noch in
uncommon,
diese eine Serie
spooky
reinballern
events
werde,
are
das
to be
wird nichts.
expected.
Ja,
And
das ist
never
auch random. Das, was ich mache, ist ja nicht random.
Ja. Ja, du benutzt dein angereichertes Harz für was anderes.
Ah, da benutze ich gar kein angereichertes Harz, weil ich keins habe und man, selbst wenn man das nicht bei Bossen benutzen kann. Jetzt habe ich schon wieder meine Shinion abgenippelt, weil die einfach immer so viel Schaden frisst von dem und der fast irgendwie einfach gewonnetet wird. Ja, und der Chaos wird auch fast gewonnetet.
Perfekt. Eventuell, maybe musst du deine Chars nochmal umbauen? Könnte das sein?
Was?
Ja, wer weiß.
Ist halt Weltstufe 9, die machen halt noch mehr Schaden.
Ja,
Und
aber...
das sind halt,
ja, aber du solltest ja quasi, auch wenn du länger brauchst, um sie zu bekämpfen, solltest du ja quasi auch irgendwie die Möglichkeit haben, mitzuziehen, oder nicht? Also gleichzuziehen, sozusagen. Dass du nicht so viel Schwierigkeiten
man ist schon immer
hast.
overpowered. Auch jetzt mit Weltstufe 9 ist man noch overpowered. Dauert ja trotzdem nur Sekunden, um alles auf der Map zu klatschen. Daran hat Weltstufe 9 nichts geändert. Nur, dass es jetzt halt ein paar Sekunden länger dauert. Mehr nicht. Ja, das ist jetzt kein Ultra-Game-Changer. Das ist halt ein bisschen. Natürlich machen die jetzt mehr Schaden, was natürlich sich bemerkbar macht.
Tja.
Und da hat alle Chars, die nichts mit Verteidigung, LP oder Tanken zu tun haben, halt einfach mit wenig HP rumlaufen, was ja aber auch richtig so ist, passiert das halt.
Tja.
Und ich kenne den Boss ja noch nicht. Ich habe den jetzt erst ein paar Mal gemacht. Wie soll ich dir denn ausweichen? Ich kenne sein ganzes Moveset gar nicht.
Ja. Na gut, Chat, ich bin gleich wieder da. Ich muss kurz auf Toilette. So, da bin ich wieder. Das heißt, gegen 3 Uhr nachmittags sei ein Mensch nach Tatarasuna gekommen. Von weitem hätte er die arbeitenden Menschen entlang der Bergstraße zu den Werkstätten gehen sehen. Ihre Schuhsohlen rieben sich an den mächtigen Felsen des Berges und sie stießen sanfte, aber markerschütternde Geräusche aus, ganz so, als kämen sie durch das Überqueren dieser Schwelle zum Hochofen im Berg und könnten so aus diesem wütenden Feuer unbezahlbar wertvolle Edelsteine herausholen. Natürlich können diejenigen, die nicht zu dieser Zeit gelebt haben, diese Leidenschaft kaum verstehen. Freudig erregt begrüßte dieser Mensch die anderen, lief zu ihnen hinüber und schloss blitzschnell zur Truppe auf. Ein großer, muskulöser Kerl aus der Truppe klopfte ihm auf seinen Rücken und sprach dennoch respektvoll zu ihm. »Wer gibt uns die Ehre?« »Meister Miyazaki, zurück von seiner Reise nach Inuzuma. Welche eine Leistung!« Miyazaki ließ sich zu einem Lächeln hinreißen und lachte wie ein unerfahrener Jüngling und zeigte eine entspannte Miene. Katsuragi Inuzuma ist die Stadt des Shoguns. Um von dort zurückzukehren, fahre ich auf dem schnellsten Schiff und bereise die schnellste Wasserstraße. Was soll daran schon gefährlich sein? Gibt es gute Neuigkeiten? Natürlich gibt es die. Die beiden brachen in schallendes Gelächter aus und scherzten mit den anderen Arbeitern bis zum Ende des Pfades. Ein junger Mann mit einem...
Ich weiß zwar nicht, woher die ganzen Schwimmringe hier kommen, aber naja.
Mit einem einfachen Leinenhemd und einem Tuch auf dem Kopf stand vor einem Ofen und schaute ins Feuer. Feuer zum Schmieden von Stahl ist mit nichts anderem vergleichbar. Die Größe der Flamme beeinflusst den rohen Stahl und spiegelt sich in der Qualität der Klingen wider. Der in die Flamme blickte, war ganz ungewöhnlich. Auf seinen Fingerspitzen saß eine Eidechse, sein Gesicht zierte ein Lächeln. Der Raum war sehr groß, der Hochofen reichte weit nach unten. Angeblich arbeiten dort die meisten Menschen zusammen, und dann stand er hier ganz allein. Erst als Katsuragi und Miyazaki eintraten, wandte er sein Gesicht ab. Dieser Mann war Waffenmeister Niwa Hisadi, Verwalter von Tatarasuna. Er entstammte dem Niwa-Clan, einem der 3 Clans der Ishin-Schule. Nie hat er mit seinen Brüdern und Schwestern gestritten. Nun war er mit Fug und Recht zum Erben des Clans geworden. Dass er von den verschiedensten Adligen und großen Meistern als diesem Titel würdig angesehen wurde, war ein Beweis dafür. Miyazaki übergab Niwa ein sorgsam in Brokat eingeschlagenes Dokument und sagte mit aufrechter Miene, wie der Meister sagt, ist dein Verwandter in der Stadt kein Unterstützer unseres Plans. Aber Akames Plan ist ein Versuch wert. Daher habe ich Lieferanten gesucht, um anhand der Bestellliste die von dir benötigten Dinge zu beschaffen. Als Niwa das Dokument zu Ende gelesen hatte, nickte er, ob Hara uns unterstützt oder nicht. Wir sollten auf jeden Fall neue Schmiedeverfahren erproben. Wie lang ist denn das Ding? Ach du Schande. Katsuragi aber legte die Stirn in Falten und sprach, das Schwertschmieden ist bereits eine überaus ausgefeilte und komplizierte Technik. Die Meister sind schon so erfahren und wollten doch immer weiter daran feilen. Wirklich beeindruckend wäre Meister Nagamasa hier. Würde er bestimmt wieder eine bestimmte Miene ziehen. Mit einem Lächeln im Gesicht sagte Niwa, Herr Katsuragi, wie sieht es aus mit dem Schwert von Meister Nagamasa? Katsuragi wollte weder einen Gesichtsverlust für seinen Herrn herbeiführen, noch wollte er seine beiden Freunde belügen. Doch egal wie er sich auch überlegte, eine passende Formulierung konnte ihm nicht einfallen. Weshalb er erzürnt sagte,
oh scheiße, das ist doch wirklich Lava.
Offensichtlich hatte Meister Niwas edler Geschmack im Schmiedehandwerk seine Ohren beeinträchtigt, so dass er die blöden Witze des Volks nicht mehr verstehen konnte. Der Junge tut hier in Lava rumspielen, ja. Miyazaki begann sofort mit dem vorgehaltener Hand zu kichern. Als Niwa zu Ende gehört hatte, setzte er die Eidechse in seiner Hand auf Katsuragis Hand, als er gerade etwas sagen wollte. Kam noch jemand aus der Ferne herbei. Dieses Mal waren es leichte Schritte zu vernehmen, als näherte sich ein sehr junger Mensch. Der Kopf, der hineingesteckt wurde, war kugelrund, im Feuerschein wirkte er wie eine ölig, wässrig glänzende Perle. Der junge Mensch stellte sein Essenzpaket beiseite und nickte, bereit zu gehen. Katsuragi rief ihm hinterher, was ist mit deinem Essen? Wirst du es nicht essen? Als der Mensch das gehört hatte, wusste er zuerst nicht, was er tun sollte, und antwortete nach einiger Zeit, na gut, ich werde es versuchen. Wir haben das gleiche gegessen, kein Grund zu falscher Bescheidenheit, sagte Niwa. Der Mensch nickte erneut und ging davon, als sei er tief in Gedanken versunken. Das Ding ist ja gefühlt länger als der längste Roman, den ich jemals gelesen habe, Alter. Ich sage euch ehrlich...
Wenn wir da wirklich nicht in die Lava gehen, Alter, die macht ultra viel Schaden.
Ich werde morgen heißer sein. Exzerpt 2. Kabukimono befand sich an der Küste. Bei Sonnenuntergang gab es kein Leuchten am Himmel. Stattdessen rollten Donnerwolken darüber und kündeten...
Gab es sogar ein Achievement.
So vom heraufziehenden Gewittersturm. So, jetzt. Und so verschwand das letzte bisschen Licht auf dem Meer. Die Wolken wurden tiefer und tiefer, als hätte die Dunkelheit sie gezwungen, vor dem Land vor ihnen in die Knie zu gehen, so wie der Kabukimono vor dem Land auf der anderen Seite der Meerenge kniete. Niemand ging vorüber, niemand wusste, worauf er in diesem Moment still wartete. Nach einer Zeit, niemand weiß wie lang, stieß vom Himmel plötzlich ein Kreis schwarzer Wolken hernieder und inmitten ihres Wirbels war der Kabukimono, einem Albtraum gleich umkreisten sie ihn. Zu Beginn hatte er gar kein Gefühl. Lange nachdem er seine Augen aufriss, begriff er, diese Wolken hatten es von Beginn an auf ihn abgesehen. Aus der Ferne nahte ein Fischerboot heran. Seine Positionsleuchte schwankte im unablässigen Sturm und Regen. Zu dieser Zeit breitete sich eine dichte Nebelschicht aus, weshalb die Fischer an Bord die Straße nicht mehr sahen und andauernd schrien: Es ist doch erst Dämmerung, warum können wir nicht mehr sehen? Ist da jemand, der uns den Weg zu weisen vermag? Nun schossen die schwarzen Wolken in das Boot hinein und verloren gemeinsam mit diesem die Orientierung. Einer wilden Bestie gleich krachte es in die Küste. Nur wenige Schritte entfernt stand der Kabukimono untätig, als er den Kopf zum riesigen Schiffswrack wandte. Von dem, der dort zuerst geschrien hatte, war nichts geblieben als ein halber Arm, der nun mit einem dumpfen Knall vor die Füße des Kabunikomo fiel. Er ging in die Hocke und betrachtete ihn, wobei er sich gegen den Drang sträubte, ein bisschen davon zu nehmen, zuletzt unterließ er es jedoch. Denn die wirbelnden schwarzen Wolken hatten schon all das, was noch auf dem Schiff verblieb, verschlungen. Der Kabukimono starrte darauf für eine lange, lange Zeit, bis er wie aus einem Traum erwachte. Als er zu sich kam, hatten sich die schwarzen Wolken bereits verstreut. Von ihnen blieb keine Spur, und das Boot vor ihm war das nicht einfach vom Blitz getroffen worden. Wer konnte das schon wissen? Dem Kabukimono wurde es nicht klar. Exzerpt 3. Katsuragi eilte zur Tür und rief: Meister, im Hochofen ist etwas passiert. Ich konnte keine Spur vom Meister Niwa finden, und Meister Miyazaki suchte in der Ferne um Hilfe. Bis heute kam kein Brief von ihm zurück. Was sollten wir tun? Mikoshi
Bin ich
Nagasama.
hier ganz drin, Alter, in der
Was?
Höhle, Junge.
Ah ja.
Hat eigentlich auf nicht so viele Höhlen-Action gehofft, aber hier ist ultra die Höhlen-Action. Holy shit, Alter, alles voller Lava. Ich hab Angst zu verrecken.
Ah ja. Mikoshi und Nagasama drehte sich langsam um. Mit einer Miene wie bei einer Beerdigung und einer besonderen Schwere in der Stimme sagte er: Katsuragi, ich möchte so etwas nicht sagen, aber Meister Miyazaki wird vielleicht nicht zurückkehren. Katsuragis Blick ging an Nagasamas breiten und festen Schultern vorbei und zum Fenster heraus. Über dem Meer rollten schwarze Wolken herum. Die bedrückende Dunkelheit war furchteinflößend. Die pechschwarze Nacht wurde zu einzigem Wetter.
Aber ich werde erst mal raus.
Ah ja.
Vielleicht hören wir uns dann die Tage nochmal. Mal gucken.
Ah, okay. Alles klar.
Ja, mach's gut und man hört sich.
Haust rein. Ciao, ciao. So, jetzt Chat. Und gierte danach die Form von Yokai anzunehmen und ganz Tatasuna zu verschlingen. So, wir scrollen mal weiter runter, damit wir weiterkommen. Es sind schon über 1 Dutzend Menschen gestorben. Deshalb, wie als hätte er sich von einem schweren Schlag erholt, erinnert sich Katsuragi plötzlich. Deshalb mussten sie in der Ferne um Hilfe suchen. Miyazaki war als erster mit dem Schiff aufgebrochen. Als er ging, hatte sich die Form von Wolken gerade erst gebildet. Dafür von Tatasuna nach Inuzuma zu reisen und dort um Hilfe zu bitten, war in normalen Zeiten keine große Schwierigkeit. Doch Miyazaki war nach langer Zeit immer noch nicht zurück. Der zweite, der dritte, der vierte, auch der Kabukimono hatte die Insel mit dem letzten Boot verlassen. Das Wetter, bei dem er aufbrach, schlecht und sein Schicksal ungewiss. Katsuragi holte ihn zurück und behandelte ihn, als sei er sein eigen Fleisch und Blut. Er wollte ihn nur ungern gehen lassen. Doch so dringlich wie die Lage von Tatarasuna war, wäre es das Opfer auch noch so vieler Leben wert, wenn damit nur der Segen der Hauptstadt erreicht werden würde. Niwa verschwand und niemand wusste, wohin er gegangen war. Nach einer Weile führte Nagasama erneut eine Truppe in die Berge, um alles von Hochofen ausgehend abzusuchen, was jedoch nicht von Erfolg gekrönt war. Man nahm an, Niwa sei vielleicht einem Unglück zum Opfer gefallen. Doch nach kurzem gab es auch die Annahme, es könnte die Last dieses seltsamen Geschehens nicht mehr ertragen und habe sich abgesetzt, um einer Strafe zu entgehen. Die Menschen wurden misstrauisch und Nagasama kämpfte gegen Unzufriedenheit und Zorn an. Sein Gesicht war kaum noch von den schwarzen Wolken in der Ferne zu unterscheiden. Plötzlich huschte eine Gestalt herbei. Nagasama bemerkte ihn, zog das Schwert an seiner Hüfte und durchschnitt mit dessen Spitze den Schleier der soeben erschienenen. Die Gestalt schwankte wie eine Marionette und tauchte hinter Nagasama auf und lachte unheimlich. Wonach sucht der Meister? Niwa etwa? Nagasama sprach erzürnt. Wage es nicht, Meister Niwa so zu nennen. Er schlug erneut zu und die Gestalt löste sich im Nebel auf, bevor sie sich in einem Wimpernschlag in der Ferne wieder vereinte und dort eine monströse Gestalt annahm. Warst du es, der meine Männer getötet hat? Schrie Nagasama jetzt zu ihm und wollte sich auf ihn werfen. Doch Katsuragi hielt ihn mit aller Kraft zurück. Nun erst erkannte Nagasama, dass er nur einen Schritt davon entfernt war, in den Ofen zu stürzen. Der Rest scheint noch nicht fertig geschrieben zu sein. Eines steht jedoch fest. Dies ist eine auf Basis von Informationen der eben gelesenen Abhandlung geschriebene Geschichte voller Fantasie und Vorstellungskraft.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Nee, das lese ich jetzt nicht.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. Oh, how about if I
ich will meine
plug the
Stimme
holes
jetzt
in
nicht ficken.
Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Krass, dass
Wait, you're allowed to just make
krass, dass Editox jetzt schon raus
Sure,
ist.
you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting...
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with...
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it? Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it? If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in... Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like... The balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see. Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough. You're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Former? You mean, he's not a harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the balladeer used to be one of them, he was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long. Even so, I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea.
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great, thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Let's go.
It looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Das stimmt.
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Oh nein, müssen wir mit dem reden.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Reg dich mal nicht so auf, Paimon, sonst dreht ja das noch durch.
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh.
Paimon's never seen anything like this.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off and what are you
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Rat mir lieber beherzigen.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
Yeah.
Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Wir machen gar nichts.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk? Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always. So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the kabuki mono and so on, yes.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination.
Oh, how interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something Huh?
This light. It looks similar to those saplings.
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatarasuna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me. Even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key consultants.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the...
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but none of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi...
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor...
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat?
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside.
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense.
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa, he has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not...
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine? But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabukimono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me." The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly! So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible!
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the? What happened?
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me. So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow. Oh no, he's really gone!
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out!
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Und so schnell wie möglich verlassen, okay. Haben wir es jetzt verlassen, oder? Ja, wir sind wieder draußen, okay.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida,
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before? He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible! Right! You can't just rewrite history! All that stuff happened already in real life! It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it. So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Paimon's so confused. Huh? Sorry, Paimon accidentally... But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable! Is that really possible in Irminsul? Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. Paimon's had it with that little brat. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too? we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should... Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight. So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon... Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and Dragon chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad. Also, Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed... What do we... Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again? The balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said? So, the balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something. Okay, sure. Where are we going? Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Chat, ich guck jetzt, ob sich das bewahrheitet. Doch, die umgekehrte Schöpfung ist eine Hauptstory-Mission. Also hat sich Editox da geirrt. Ich spiele gerade den Akt 3 von Inazuma durch, also. Kein Irrtum, es stimmt, so. Jetzt haben wir hier nur Elaine, ne? Die andere kommt doch. Oh, jetzt müssen wir erstmal wieder nach Inazuma. So, zack, zack, zack. Oh Gott, wir sind schon fast 6 Stunden wieder live. Ach du Scheiße. Oh. Wo ist die Zeit nur geblieben, ne? So, let's go. Wir sind da.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Aminoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but the Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion, and Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day. And overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, but when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back, fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? On to the next stop! Lead the way, traveler! Paimon...
How can I improve my combat skill?
We're here!
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate.
Are they out on business?
The commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get—
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks.
Ehrenmann. Lässt uns einfach rein.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the— As for the commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all. I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, they say it's because Toma is a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of— They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. Though Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company. Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon.
Of course.
Alright, goodbye for now. We're, great. Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Ehre. So. Puh.
Do I have company?
What kind of person comes to a place like this and just spaces out?
Hey, I wasn't spacing out. I was pondering some problems.
Sure you were. Your eyes were glazed over, dude. You were a million miles away.
Why are you making fun of me? I told you I wasn't spacing out. I was ruminating on some problems. Technological, environmental, and so forth. This is Tatarasuna, after all.
Oh, he said Tatarasuna. Looks like we came to the right person.
Oh, is there something you want to know about Tatarasuna? My name's Xavier. Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history as one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too. They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman, for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned. Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you. Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you. Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Nächste Quest durchgeschlagen. Und hui. Und drüber fliegen. Dann da rein, dann darüber und zack. Wir sind gleich wieder da. Batz, batz. Wir sind gerade nur am Mission durchspielen, ne? Ich sag euch ehrlich, wenn ich den Part durch hab, dann hau ich noch den Roll rein. So, dang.
Hey,
Das ist das Letzte, was ich heute mache. Oh oh.
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh, of course.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma.
Wow, so many new details.
Well, well, so it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Amanoma clan, you said. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredible...
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Tja, eigentlich geht es die ja eigentlich gar nichts an, weil das Ding ist, wir haben eigentlich mit einer Ida was zu bereden und nicht mit den beiden, weil die Geschichte verändert worden ist. Was nicht sehr geil ist, da die Geschichte verändert worden ist. Eigentlich sollte das nicht so sein. Da ist Naida. Naida,
we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly, the sun was up. And then...
The balladeer? You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me? Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But the traveler comes from a world beyond Teyvat. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations.
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that. Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, the story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have—
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabukimono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes Teyvat. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us, the now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, how it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the balladeer's story. It is his very own memories. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there. God, and that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But...
Wir sind einfach gleich 6 Stunden Live-Chat, das gibt's gar nicht. Ich bin ja am Story ruhig durchrasseln. Nee. Oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott, oh mein Gott. Dein Partner bestellt. Ich will dich hier alle Schiene verlieren. Nein. Das war gerade richtig doof von mir. Gut, dass sie nicht gestorben ist.
Paimon's trying to remember. What else did we put on our shopping list? Oh, what a mouth-watering smell. We can still add it to the list.
Well, if it isn't the Traveler and Paimon. Wasn't expecting to see you here.
Hello there. Oh, it's been quite a while.
Huh, so you two are still hanging out together.
I said I was going to resign from being her bodyguard, not that our friendship was over. We're still the best of friends. The Homayanis also still post jobs from time to time. Their pay is always generous, so
I told Dia to just stay at our place when she took one of those jobs a few days ago. My parents were delighted. They even said that it always felt like we were missing someone whenever Dia wasn't around.
That sounds like something they would say, all right. They're always so welcoming. Anyway, the job is already taken care of, so I was gonna head back to the brigade as soon as I finished a little shopping. But the master kept insisting, and I ended up staying for another day.
You can stay for as many days as you want, Dia. Father hasn't even gotten around to treating you to his best dishes yet.
You know I'm not the kind of person to stay put in one place like that, my lady. Don't worry, though.
What? She said they'll treat you to the best dishes!
But wait. Didn't you say last time that you would take me on a trip to the desert? Why don't you just take me with you today, when you leave? There are so many places I still haven't visited yet.
I'm sorry, my lady, but no can do. There's still a few things I need to take care of back at the brigade. Besides, the desert...
Oh, come on. Not this again.
That's also... I know, I'm sorry. Just give me some more time, and I promise I'll plan the best trip ever for you.
Alright, fine. To be perfectly honest, it's not ever since you first set foot on the estate a few days ago. You've been acting anxious, and have you been delaying our trip because you've run into some kind of trouble?
Nah, are you kidding? You're worrying too much.
Would you swear on that? Friends shouldn't lie to each other, you know. I wouldn't pry any further if you're willing to swear on what you just said. But if something really is bothering you, then just tell me.
Oh, looks like Junior's Odd was onto something.
You're too perceptive, my lady. Seems I can't hide anything from you. I just thought that nothing good could come out of telling you about the messy happenings of mercenaries. Knowing too much only leads to more trouble. Mercenary life is a dog-eat-dog world where Mora reigns supreme. Everything operates on a completely different set of rules.
That doesn't change anything about what I just said, though. We're still friends, and I can only support you if I understand what's bothering you.
My lady, you're not gonna stop until you drag it out of me, are ya? All right, I'll share what I know. Let's go somewhere else first. This isn't exactly the best place for a discussion. Okay,
Ja, das stimmt.
let's talk
Hier
here.
ist nicht der richtige Ort.
Just try not to draw any extra attention.
Ah, tschüss, 6 Stunden live, Alter. Oh.
As you may already know, the Eremites have both a lot of mercenaries and a complex organizational structure. Many mercs are no different than me. My brigade is called the Blazing Beasts. We're not a large group, but every member is loyal and brave. However, not all Eremite brigades are like mine. Some are willing to cross all kinds of lines for the sake of Mora. The most notorious is a faction known as Deshret's Relics.
Deshret's Relics? Judging from the name, they must really look up to...
Yep, you got it. I've heard that you've already crossed paths with Ain al-Akmar. They're one of the groups under the Relic's banner.
Oh, you mean the group that tried to sell us the Divine Knowledge Capsule? Yeah, they weren't friendly at all.
Deshret's Relics is composed of many smaller brigades like Ain al-Akmar. The Relic's headquarters issues orders to all brigades under his control. On any other day, I would want nothing to do with them. Unfortunately, though, the brigade that's stirring up trouble now is none other than Genshin al-Akmar.
Dakan?
I think it means beard or something. Believe me, it's a really stupid name. I found it insufferable for years. Anyway, the real issue is that Genshin al-Akmar is led by my father, Kusei.
Say what now?
I think I'm starting to understand your anxiety now. But what did they do?
I won't go into details, my lady, but they've been involved in a lot of violent incidents. We're talking hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yep. The scenes tend to be quite gruesome, too. They strip the victims of all their valuables before murdering them. Not only have they targeted merchant caravans and ordinary citizens, but other mercenary brigades as well.
That's beyond terrible. They won't even spare their own kind.
I don't know how Deshret's Relic sees it. All I do know is that Genshin al-Akmar has become more and more aggressive over the last few years. If I don't do something about them, then even my brigade or the people of Aru Village could become their next target. I just wish I knew what's driven him to do this.
Yeah. How can your father do such terrible things?
I don't know. People change. He's always been pretty pathetic. But at least in the past, there was still...
That's setting the bar pretty low.
I mean, if he was even remotely decent, then why would I have to leave the brigade and cut all ties with him? He was loud and foolish, with no real sense of purpose. Instead of doing anything useful, he spent most of his time drinking and chasing after women. Of course, the other brigade members were just like him. Their ruckus would go on night after night.
Sounds like a nightmare.
What about your mother? Did she ever step in to stop them?
Unfortunately, I never knew my mother.
I'm sorry, Dia.
It's all right, my lady. That's pretty common in mercenary circles. Didn't I mention that my father was chasing after women? He told me that he wasn't sure who my mother was. And in any case, she never came to see me. He'd say, "You'll be fine as long as you remember to stick with Dad." But even then, he left most of the parenting to the brigade. But the problem was that he had terrible taste. He only knew a few stories, and even those tended to be pretty stale. They were tales of desert warriors defeating dragons in the forest, or stories of mercenaries rescuing princesses from rebel armies.
Sounds like your typical fairy tales.
More or less, yeah. They were interesting maybe the first or second time around, but after about 20 repeats, he seemed to think those stories were the best things ever, though. He was so into them that he'd call the whole brigade over and make them perform the whole thing as a play. Even the toys he gave me would all be story props. I'd get helmets, shields, and toy swords. It was only much later when I realized that the shows were more for him than they ever were for me.
What an interesting guy.
Yeah, I've always found him pretty childish. That was something I could just shrug off. I had no reason to despise him. Until I grew up and learned the true face of Deshret's relics for myself. Looting, blackmail, violence, and fraud. They not only accepted such heinous acts, no one in the brigade was any kind of hero. Instead, my father and his cronies were more like the bad guys that needed. Did they really think that as long as they didn't do any of that stuff right in front of me, I would never...
I think I can understand your feelings. The difference between perception and reality must have...
Yeah, but don't worry, my lady. It's all water under the bridge to me now. I had a huge argument with my father and left that place behind for good. I'm not investigating them due to any bitter feelings I still have towards my father. I just want to protect those that are close to me. Yeah, I told the boys to gather as much information as they could. Most of the reports concern violent incidents.
I see. But isn't this investigation incredibly dangerous?
It is, but every mercenary lives life on the edge. It's a lifestyle that I enjoy.
That may be true, but it'll be impossible for those who care about you not to worry.
Well, now you get why I didn't want to share any of this with you.
What should we do? They both have valid concerns.
Huh? But there's no need for you to get caught up in this mess, too.
Well, he's super tough, so if he went into the desert with you, then Paimon bets the problem will be solved in no time.
I'm inclined to agree. I'd feel a lot more at ease if you took him along to help. I'll wait for news from you in the city until then. Please, stay safe.
I'm honored that you care so much for me, my lady. All right, then let's get moving. Our first stop will be Caravan Rebot, where we can catch up a bit with my fellow mercs.
Let's go. Blut der Löwen. Akt 1. Wir gehen erstmal gewiss. Wo müssen wir denn dazu jetzt hin? Dahin. Wir machen erstmal den Akt fertig, bevor wir was anderes machen, sonst bringt das nichts. Vor allem Editox hat weniger durchgezogen als ich. Ich habe schon
dear,
jetzt 6
you're
Stunden
back.
gestreamt, Alter.
Are these two friends of yours? Likewise. There's no need to be so formal with us. We're a pretty casual crew. Anyway, since we've got newcomers, let me fill you in on what the Khan al-Ahmar's been up to lately. They've become extremely aggressive. Apparently, even their own now have become acceptable targets. They even attack other relics brigades, just the same as any other mercenary brigade.
Even the most ferocious beasts still protect their own. It sounds like they've thrown that straight to the wind.
That's right. Once they've collected enough loot off the other mercenaries, they sell it off to a different brigade, or a portion of their profit is immediately exchanged for more food and weaponry to be used in their next violent operation.
That's terrible!
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder why they're so desperate for Mora. A few days ago, Isham and I trailed them for a while, and even disguised ourselves as merchants to conduct trade with them. we were able to learn a few things from the exchange. Rather than saying they're out to plunder and hoard Mora, it'd probably be more accurate to say that they're experiencing an internal power struggle.
Wait, a power struggle?
You heard me right. The vast majority of their victims are mercenaries from the other brigades of Deshret's relics. If their only goal was Mora, they could have gone after anybody. The targeted nature of their attacks points to a power struggle between the different brigades within the relics. That's the only plausible explanation we have. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find out anything more specific. It seems they're also trying to keep things under wraps. Oh, one last thing we discovered was that over the past few years, as the Khan al-Ahmar became more and more active, Deshret's relics as a whole became a lot weaker.
It sounds mighty strange to me too. Harun, you can leave the rest of the investigation to us. Gotta say though, I didn't expect you to go on a whole undercover mission during the few days I was gone.
Nah, it was nothing. We're just as concerned about the situation as you are. The Khan al-Ahmar is your father's crew after all.
What he said. Besides, Dia, haven't you done more dangerous things than all of us combined?
Yeah. And while they went to talk with Khan al-Ahmar, I took a look at the last camp they attacked. Any survivors of the attack were already long gone. There was nothing of value left in the camp.
Ah, Hisham and Khalaf. You're here too.
We rushed over as soon as we saw you come into Caravan Ribat. Although this new friend of yours looks a little green behind the ears, I'm sensing a special vibe from him. Now that we know you'll have a capable partner with you, we can also—
Hey, what about Paimon?
Oh, you're also planning to tag along?
Of course! Paimon is the traveler's most important guide. Wherever he goes, Paimon will follow.
Oh, in that case, then you'd better take care of her too, Dia.
Don't underestimate Paimon!
Don't worry about her. She may look tiny and helpless, but even if she had only survived on sheer luck, then that alone would still make her quite formidable.
I had no idea. I guess I shouldn't judge by appearances.
Oh, one other thing, Dia. When you're free, why don't you update the deputy about your upcoming schedule? We held another recruitment event a few days ago, but everyone only came to see the Flame Main. You weren't around at the time, so people were pretty disappointed to only find our crew of rough, unkempt guys. The deputy put a lot of effort into the event, but it was basically for nothing. Only a few people chose to stay, and that really got to him.
Sorry to hear that. I'll be sure to bring him some great liquor next time. I left in a hurry and I couldn't make it back in time for the event.
Gotta admit, I can understand their disappointment though. You're our brigade's main selling point after all. Now if only the deputy could figure out a way to bring a few more smoking hot members into our ranks.
Keep dreaming. Remember the last time I invited a couple gals into the brigade? You all just froze up with your mouths gaping like a bunch of scarecrows. The awkward silence and weird expressions left quite the impression on them. They were originally interested in joining us, but after that, they both told me they were too uncomfortable to stick around.
Hey, didn't we agree to never bring that up again?
Huh? Wait, are you serious? What?
I don't think you were part of the brigade yet.
Are you kidding me? I missed a once-in-a-lifetime moment like that and you weren't even gonna tell me?
All right. We can tell you about it later. Now's not the—
Hey, don't you try to change the subject. You and Hisham get your butts over here and tell me everything right now.
Are they? Oh, wait.
More or less. There aren't many rules or graces when it comes to mercenaries. We're used to just speaking our minds. If someone starts getting under your skin, you just yell right back at them. And if that doesn't put an end to it, then you just challenge them to a fight. But we also don't tend to take many things too seriously. Being direct and getting it all out of your system as soon as things come up, that's also why I never spare their feelings when I talk to them. If I want to laugh, I'll laugh. If I'm angry, then I'll unload on them. Hey, knuckleheads! Can you at least tell me the rest of the intel before you go back to your bickering?
Yeah, you hear her, Holloff? Told you we gotta focus on the investigation first. All you gotta do is wait and ambush them in the evening. They'll have no idea what hit them.
Perfect. Thanks for that. Be sure to pass my regards to everyone.
Will do. You stay safe, Dia.
This should be the place. Let's find a spot to hide and bide our time. It's gonna come down to a fight one way or another, so let's all be careful.
No need to worry. He knows his way around a fight.
I'm not worried about that. What I meant is that we probably shouldn't go too hard on the enemy after...
Ach man, warum darf ich die nicht nach Herzenslust verprügeln? Was ist das denn?
Ah, here they come. You ready? Let's not give them a chance to react and end this quickly. Let's get it on!
By royal decree.
Transfixed!
You're the Flame Mane.
Good. That saves me an introduction. All right, time for a little talk. Are you buddies with Dakana Lakmar now? Tell me.
You know the code of being a mercenary just like everyone else. The first rule is to never divulge key information about our employer. What makes you think I'd talk?
That might have worked on an amateur, but I know you're just looking to protect your reputation. Think about it, though. What's your reputation worth if you won't have the other tools you need to succeed in this line of work? Tools like, I don't know, you've got 5 seconds. You might want to think twice about how much your employer's information is worth to you.
Whoa!
I'm not joking around. We can do this the easy way or the painful way. 2 seconds!
I'll save you the trouble.
Huh? Are you crazy? He tried to bite off his own tongue. Quick, search the area for any first aid supplies. I definitely didn't expect him to go that far. Thankfully, the wound wasn't too deep, and he just passed out from the pain.
What? Why would he be so extreme?
I just wanted to test his mettle. You can get a lot of mercenaries to talk just by threatening them. I didn't expect him to be willing to go through so much pain just to deny us some intel.
Well, he's out cold for now. We could wait for him to wake up, but maybe it's not a good idea to interrogate him any further.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be a waste of time to interrogate him again after that. He might just hurt himself again if we start asking. There are lots of goods around here. Let's search the area. Maybe we'll be able to find something. I'm really sorry.
Das ist so dumm. Der Typ hat sich aber selber umgebracht.
We found a piece of paper with a bunch of names on it. Maybe it's a record of something.
Let me take a look. If this really is a merchant caravan, they should have a record of their transactions. Yep. I see an entry for Dakana Lakmar right here. Kusela, Idrisi, Bashar, and Takriti. All familiar names. Dakana Lakmar has been trading for a hefty supply of food, weapons, and medicine. It seems that in the past, they used to receive some canned knowledge as well. This caravan is just one link in their logistics chain. Once in the rainforest, the caravan will exchange the looted goods for Mora, and the funds will then be passed to a specific person. That person will then pack the caravan full of necessary goods, which will then be brought right back to Dakana Lakmar. Wait, why is there no Mora value recorded for the final transaction?
No value?
Yeah. Every transaction before the last one was marked with an exact amount of Mora, but the final one, where they paid for everything to be brought back to the desert, was simply marked as delivered. Perhaps. But they couldn't have known how much they would make off selling the loot. Anyway, the next part's the records of the goods themselves. There are a lot of entries. Everything was probably sourced from the rainforest. Huh?
What's wrong?
Shahzaman Homayani?
Homayani? You mean Dunyarzad's family? Could it just be another family with the same last name?
I'd be surprised to find someone with the exact same first and last name. Shahzaman Homayani is Dunyarzad's father, and the head of the Homayani family. Just what the heck is going on here? I'm sorry, you're right. I'll consider what we found and not jump to conclusions just yet. But what this piece of paper confirms is that the Homayani family has been providing goods to Dakana Lakmar.
What if the Homayanis have been kept in the dark and don't know they've been trading with Dakana?
That's a possibility, but if that was the case, why is this caravan specifically named Shahzaman as their person of contact? They could have just as easily bought goods such as food and medicine directly from Caravan Ribat or Port Ormos. Yeah, funding violence and looting. The brigade gets the goods, and he is paid the proceeds from the sale of the loot.
But why would he do something like this?
I honestly have no idea. I've been to their estate many times, and I've never noticed anything suspicious. The only potentially large expenditure I could think of would be the treatment costs for Dunyarzad's Elazar. Maybe they borrowed a lot of Mora in the past? But that's still just a speculation. I don't think the Master would stoop so low to make Mora. You're probably right. I know my lady's personality, and she wouldn't deliberately keep something like this from us.
But what should we do now? All we found is just another mystery.
If you ask me, we already have no choice but to confront her about this. I'm not worried. It's too early to make a verdict yet. I still have faith in the Homayanis. Let's go find my lady again. We'll tell her everything and see if she's willing to lend us her support. If we're lucky, we can not only figure out the mystery of this paper, but also follow the trail of breadcrumbs to the people responsible at Dakana Lakmar.
Dia, are you sure this is the best decision? What if instead of getting the help we need,
I've considered that possibility. But even still, I want to tell her what we found. I think I owe her that much. She showed genuine concern for me when we first brought up the topic. I can't repay her kindness with doubt and suspicion. That's not how I deal with people.
You're right. Paimon wants to trust Dunyarzad too.
Yeah. Let's pay another visit to Sumeru City.
Ich sag euch ehrlich, das wird heute richtig Langzeit-Story. Wir schauen gleich mal, wie viel Mora wir haben. Auch inzwischen, wir haben einfach viel zu viel davon mitten. Bruder, wie viel Mora haben wir? Yo! Einfach Kontostand unendlich groß, Digga. Ich hab's übertrieben, ich weiß. Warte mal, wie viel... Okay, wir brauchen nur noch eins, dann könnten wir ein 10er-Pull auf sie machen. Würde ich machen. Könnten wir auch auf Kasua machen. Brauche ich aber nicht. Okay, wir schauen gerade mal. Wie viel hätten wir jetzt? Wir haben 31 Puls, okay. Ein 10er Pull würde ich reinballern, aber nur ein 10.
We're back, my lady. Oh, you're back a lot sooner than I expected. You mustn't have run into any trouble then. Actually, we're still investigating. It's just that we've discovered something strange. I see. The clues you found have led you back here, and something like that. Yeah. You all look a little dispirited. Whatever you found must not have been very encouraging after all. Why don't you discuss it with me? Maybe it's okay, my lady. It's not so much about me being upset with my father or anything like that. How should I put? So something is wrong. Even the Traveler and Paimon have been uncharacteristically quiet.
Das ist nicht so leicht.
On any other day, Paimon would have already waved to me with a smile and shouted, "Dunyarzad, we're back." So tell me.
Well?
My lady, please prepare yourself for what we're going to tell you next. The Master. Okay, I understand. Don't worry about me. My father has been supplying goods to Dakan al-Akmar? Yeah, it makes as little sense to us as it does to you. I've never doubted the Master's integrity, so I'm having a real hard time rationalizing how he could ever support an infamous brigade like them. Maybe he's not actually aware of the full story and just stumbled into the deal by accident. I can't help but agree with the Traveler.
Huh? You mean you feel the same way, Dunyarzad?
Thank you for sharing all this information with me. Since you've told me everything you know, I should also tell you about some doubts that I've been harboring for quite a while. In the past, I thought that my father hired a bodyguard for me so that I wouldn't run away and get lost. However, there are plenty of capable mercenaries in the Corps of 30. Why did my father go out of his way to hire Dia? About that. Well, the Homayanis really needed bodyguards, so they reached out to the Blazing Beasts. Later, the Master told me that I was one of the best mercenaries he'd ever seen, and that I should stick around to become one of his bodyguards. He offered me a pile of Mora, so I just signed on. Well, but that didn't really answer my question. Just think about it. Maybe the Corps of 30 just didn't have anyone available, or maybe someone recommended us. I've never given it too much thought. I think I get what you're saying. You'd think none of this was a coincidence. Precisely. At first glance, nothing seemed strange or out of place. But if my father had always been in contact with Dakan al-Akmar, then it would make sense for him to bring Dia into our house.
You mean the goal all along was to get Dia to be your bodyguard?
No, that's too much of a stretch. I cut all ties with my father a long time ago. He has no control over my life anymore. But that still doesn't rule out the possibility that your father has still been trying to influence your life without you knowing. So, the Master was not likely an innocent victim in all of this?
Sorry we put all of this on you so suddenly, Dunyarzad.
It's okay, Paimon. I should actually be thanking you. Regardless of his reasons, if my father has truly been funding a violent group of mercenaries, then it— But is that really the right thing to do? My father has committed many atrocities and deserves all the punishment that he has coming to him. I have zero sympathy for him. However, the Homayani family has treated me with nothing but generosity and kindness. If we decide to investigate this further, we could end up implicating the entire Homayani family. I would be biting the hand that's fed me over all these years.
Dia.
It's all right, Dia. If anyone were to ask, you could always just say that I'm the one who instructed me. You don't have to do that, my lady. I'm not conflicted because I'm afraid of taking responsibility. Besides, you're the one we should all be worried about right now.
Hey! It's still too early to give up hope! What was that thing about friendship again? Right, yeah, trust! You said that yourself, Dia! Besides, there's no point on getting all riled up before we've confirmed all the facts!
Thank you, everyone. That makes a lot of sense. I guess I should always remember the trust that I've placed in people. In which case, my lady, could you ask the master to come out and have a chat with us?
Sure thing. I also hope he'll be able to give us a logical explanation.
Usual place?
Thank you for coming, sir.
Oh, ja.
Please allow me to introduce these two. This is the Traveler, and next to him is his travel companion, Paimon.
Ah, yes, my daughter has mentioned them from time to time. It's a privilege to finally meet them in person. But we may skip all the pleasantries for now.
Well, we wanted to bring this transaction record to your attention.
So, that's what you found? Huh. Seems like I can't keep everything from you much longer.
If you wouldn't mind, we'd like an explanation.
Well, it's a long and difficult story. And to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. What I do know, though, Dia, is that the truth will bring you no solace. If anything, it will likely cause you a great amount of anguish.
Wait, me?
Yes, I understand perfectly why you came to see me, and I am touched by your collective commitment to do the right thing. But knowledge always comes at a price, and sometimes, as they say, ignorance is bliss. Your father, Kusela, and I both believed that. Of course, you have the right to seek and learn the truth, but I must warn you, the facts of this matter may reduce everything you've built for yourself into sand, blowing in the wind. If you must proceed, then Kusela's heartfelt efforts will also fade into the wind like a fleeting mirage.
His heartfelt efforts? I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure I follow. I've made it this far in life without a single drop of my father's support. I have my own ideals and ways of looking at the world, as well as people and causes that I've chosen to cherish and fight for. None of these things have anything to do with him. I came here today to support you as the head of the Homayani family. No warning will change my stance on that.
I understand. Then let me tell you a little story.
Oh, cool, eine Geschichte.
Our family once needed to take a trip to the desert when Dunyarzad was just a baby. Along the way, we were attacked by bandits. They had superior numbers and quickly overpowered our bodyguards. When all seemed lost, a group of passerby Eremites lent us their support. Those Eremites were Kusela's brigade, Dekan al-Ahmar. Kusela's men told me that the attackers were Eremite mercenaries, just like themselves. I was shocked. Why would Dekan al-Ahmar go so far to save us and not spare the fellow Eremites? Kusela was grinning and walked over to play with baby Dunyarzad. She was startled by his unfamiliar face and nearly started crying.
Really? I never knew.
He said that he had no particular reason to help us. He just took pity on us because he had a daughter about the same age. We started talking about our children, and I sensed that he was a devoted father. To repay his kindness, I hired his brigade to help out at our estate for a time, and...
So, that's what happened.
It was many years before I saw him again. I almost didn't recognize him the next time he came knocking on my door. The man I knew to be strong and healthy had been reduced to a shell of himself.
So, what happened to him? He was perfectly fine when I left the brigade.
I'm not too sure myself. The only thing that didn't change was his cheery disposition. He said there was absolutely nothing to worry about and that he had gotten into a fight. That was all. He then suddenly asked me if Dunyarzad, now that she had grown, would need a bodyguard of her own. At the time, Dunyarzad was going through a particularly severe bout of her Elazar. There was no need for her to have a bodyguard when she could barely leave the house. but he kept coming back to the topic. Come on, it never hurts to be safe. How do you know a bodyguard won't come in handy one day? I was completely lost at first, until he recommended the Blazing Beasts, and in particular, a mercenary named Dia.
So he was the one who recommended Dia to you.
Indeed. He didn't say it out loud, but it was clear that he saw Deshret's relics as an evil group who would eventually corrupt every member in their ranks. He was already beyond redemption, but he hoped that he would be able to detach his daughter from the vicious world of mercenary life. If Dia could stay in my house and keep working as a bodyguard, then gradually her affinity for the desert would decrease, and she'd be able to leave her previous life behind.
And that's why you offered her such generous compensation?
Yes, but not just because of that. From the moment that he asked me for that favor, I also began to see Dia as my own daughter. And that's also why I tried to persuade you to stay when you asked for permission to leave. I was willing to spend however much it took. Kusela saved my daughter and me all those years ago in the desert. I could never refuse him entrusting his daughter to me.
He was always like that, acting like he's oh so smart and self-righteous.
Kusela said that he'd reimburse me for a portion of Dia's fees. I refused to take any mora from him, but he'd always send me funds anyway. Eventually, I just accepted them as a token of his gratitude. And that went on for a while until I received another letter from him. The letter contained a request to help him buy food, weapons, medicine, and even explosive materials.
Wait! Isn't that around the time that Dakan al-Ahmar started becoming more aggressive?
That's right. When I started to hear some nasty rumors, I became wary. But by then, he was no longer receptive to my requests to talk. If I had to guess, it's probably because he doesn't want to put Dia at risk. That thought occurred to me as well. I figured that he probably came to me for help because he had nobody else to turn to. After some deliberation, I decided to send him some food and medicine. I turned down all his requests for explosives and weaponry. I am aware that even such a reduced gesture of support could lead to others coming to harm, but in the end, it probably was the wrong decision.
If you can, please tell me where he is now. None of the things he's doing right now make any sense if he's just trying to keep me from getting tangled up in his world. If all he wants to do is steer clear of me, then maybe he shouldn't have brought me into this world in the first place.
Oh no, Dia, please don't feel that way.
I'm just angry because I can't wrap my head around any of his actions. Another way? I don't know. I knew him, and he was nothing more than a childish brute. I can't understand what's going through his head, but I guess you do have a point. We haven't uncovered the whole truth yet. We still need to figure out his exact actions and reasoning for these last few years.
I'll do my best to help. Of course, anything between the two of you would need to be resolved between you and him alone. I don't know Kusela's exact whereabouts. Outside of supplying his brigade with some goods, I tried my best to avoid getting involved any further. However, there's a man on the list named Jawed. He used to be a mercenary in the desert and is now a member of the Corps of 30. He's responsible for supplying weapons and liaising with the Dakan al-Ahmar's merchant caravan. I think he should know Kusela's whereabouts. I've heard that he likes to have a few drinks alone and enjoy the cool wind at night outside the tavern. Maybe you'll be able to find him there.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Then I guess this is bye for now.
I'll stay and be with my father here. To be honest, I'm still a little dazed, and my father has indeed done something wrong, but if I think about it, I'm also not sure if there was a right way to handle this problem. I feel like our only course of action is to turn everything we know over to the Corps of 30 and let them render judgment.
Yes. I am prepared to accept whatever verdict they choose. It's time to face my mistakes.
Wenigstens ist es so korrekt und sieht's ein.
Welcome! I hope you'll have a wonderful...
Huh? Who are you guys?
I know what you've been up to. Smuggling weapons to violent brigades in the desert while working for the Corps? Pretty bold, if you ask me.
Shh! Keep your voice down. Come with me. We should take this elsewhere. I'll be happy to talk things over once we're somewhere private. This place should do. Alright, back to my question.
Don't worry about that for now. You know what kind of punishment you'll face once we report you to the Corps, I assume.
Wait, there's no need to jump the gun. Let's talk this out.
So what's in it for you anyway? More?
Well, I was a little tight on money at the time, and Kusela took good care of me in the past. I waited in my mind, and I couldn't find a reason to turn the opportunity down. I wouldn't only be helping my benefactor, but I could also make some quick mora.
Let me tell you how it is. We're investigating Khan al-Akhmar, and we're gonna put an end to their operations. If you provide some help for us, then we might just put in a good word later to reduce the terms of your punishment.
Hey, why don't we discuss this a little first? Listen, I made quite a bit of mora from my last run.
Shut it. My patience is running out. You should know when a mercenary is after something other than money.
All right, sheesh. But you gotta promise you'll put in some nice words for me later. They're always on the move. Here's the spot they were at the last time I made my delivery to the desert. Feel free to go have a look. I'm just telling you though, it's not on me if they're not there anymore.
Sure. And then you can forget about any nice words from us.
Hey, come on. Now you're just being unreasonable.
Really? And how do I know you're not leading us straight into a trap? Don't forget, you're the one with no bargaining chips.
All right, I get it. Why don't you go take a look, and if they're not there anymore, I'll try to figure out something else for y'all.
Now that's more like it. Let's move. And as for you, try to stick around the city until we get back. You don't want us to call the folks from the Corps and have them drag you back to the city.
Der Typ hat so verkackt. Der Typ wird sich also gedacht haben, oh ja, ich tu mal drimmen, Digga. Und dann hat er einfach voll verkackt. Ach ja. Ey, Chat, wir sind einfach schon seit fast 7 Stunden live, what the fuck? Safe ist da jemand. Ja, wobei da vorne sind welche, aber niemand sonst.
Seems like we're in luck. Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves.
Doch, da sind doch welche.
I'm here to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here.
DS, why are you here?
Look alive! Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Overruled.
Let's dance. Hi. Huh.
Let's get it on! Ha! 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 You asked for it. Cha! Ha! Hi! Cha! Ra! Look alive!
Alle verprügelt worden.
Oh, she's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said? Or do I need to bash your skull in some more?
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down for a second. Dia, the boss can't come out and see you anymore. He died a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the old man wanted.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakan al-Ahmar and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters by himself.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the Relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had enough regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced. Every person in Deshret's Relics was forced to leave a record of themselves at headquarters. Whether it be their deepest sin, some unforgivable act, or their most immoral exploit. The records served both as a symbol of loyalty, and that's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tikriti, and all the boys who grew up with Dia and ended up joining our ranks. But you, Dia, you were never asked to provide a record, were you?
I never even knew this was a requirement.
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics who didn't know about it.
Ever since you were born, Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization's sinister rules. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly to headquarters. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. What could he do? He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
And that's why he became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know about any of this, and I'd never seen him get injured or beaten.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the blazing beasts were...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed he was going to get beaten again. I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al-Ahmar would soon be no more. His words made no sense to me, but that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed everyone's records to ash.
Everyone gained their freedom that night. Many members fled, not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of Dakan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that boss started was quite a blow to headquarters' strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack. Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end. There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled to other brigades, and others escaped to the rainforest. But we won't let any of them escape our wrath. They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully, many people were willing to come to our aid. We were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible battles. Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and now we finally have an opportunity to directly strike their headquarters.
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing yourself to save the world. We used to always laugh at him for it, but in the end, he really went and lived those stories out himself. As for me, I never considered myself a hero. We're all the lowest of the low. We have no right to even imagine such an existence. But maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. The spirit of the hero touched all those he had saved, and more people joined his cause. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited the lines, we were drawn in. And now, we want to see the story through to the end. I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you were young. Just think of this as a madman ranting.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia? You want to go with them?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so there's no need for you to tag along. I can do this on my own.
Yeah, Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through to the end.
Thank you. We'll be a lot stronger together with you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants. But the fact is, I owe him this much.
Krass.
Great weather for practicing march.
trouble on the way here.
Should be.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like this on the inside.
They should all be holed up in here. Don't know how many people they've got left, though.
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
Still, we should be careful. Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
Yeah. We'll know what they're really capable of once we've landed some hits. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before, but their name means nothing now.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance with you here. I'll take the lead. I've been here once before.
You are not welcome here.
Let's get it on! Ha! Buckle up! Hi! Hi! Look alive! You're dead meat! Buckle up! Hi! Cha! I'll take my... Laid bare. Look alive! Ha! Gloves off! I'm getting sick of this. Let's get it on!
Die werden alle
This way,
zusammengeschlagen.
follow me. We're almost there.
Da wurden alle zusammengeschlagen gerade.
Wait! They went charging ahead without checking for any traps!
Hey, you guys okay?
It seems like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we triggered anything else.
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this...
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Go and take a look around. Let's go! We can't let the boss down!
Let's check if there's another way! The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better.
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked by something.
Okay, let's go!
Es geht ab. Aber hat der ja gerade noch Schaden bekommen? Easy.
Let the show begin. Hi. Hi. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Hi.
Buckle up! Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
Let's get it on! Overruled.
I summon thee!
You asked for it. Look alive! Hi! Yeah!
By royal decree, I'll protect us.
diese Szenenänderung gerade. Auch wieder on fleek, ey. Oh mein Gott, wo sind wir hier gelandet?
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side. But as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our folks defying all expectations.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times already. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind, even now, my brothers and I still believe in one thing. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory?
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the true power King Deshret bestowed upon his followers. They are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave 1, charge! Eliminate them!
Don't think that you've won. We're just getting started.
Gloves off!
Testing my patience. We'll meet again. King Deshret will not abandon any one of his followers.
Reveal!
Never test my patience. Gotcha.
Witness my rise.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Let's get it on! Hi!
Brothers! This is where we prove our faith.
You all just want to die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive!
Raise a storm! Buckle up! Where do you think you're going? Goodbye. You're dead meat!
So viel dazu.
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us! This place is like a gladiator's ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat!
Yes, keep fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks. I'm going to see if I can take out that high platform.
Get out of my way!
Come and face me, Michel! So they've broken through the front as well.
Apologies, Lord Michal. They fight like absolute madmen. No matter how much we throw at them, they just keep coming for more.
So, it would seem like this is the end.
Time to pay for everything you've done, Michel.
You think I would give you that opportunity? I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory.
Hey, wait!
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, Dia! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Besser ist es, dass wir auch hochgerufen werden. Cool. Danke.
Let's go.
Ja, wir gehen zusammen, Dia. Ich hab die ja tatsächlich schon
filthy rats?
durch den
And why are you
Zufall.
always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics, and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have? We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead.